for today, Monday, May 18th, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Things in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. If you're joining us on the clock app, we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. But let me know in the comments how you've been feeling right now. We are coming out of a lot of wild energy. We still got a lot of wild energy on its way. But first and foremost, before we get started today, as we do every day, scale of 1 to 10, how are you doing? There are no wrong answers. I kind of told you, strap in. I told you to strap in before the new moon came. Okay. We talked about this. We talked about the fact that there's going to be a lot of intensity to anticipate coming toward, like, moving through the new moon. There are a few things to pay attention to. First, we talked about the fact that the new moon was going to feel a lot like a full moon, given the fact that we've seen, like, the new moon energy was amplified in the fact that not only did we go through the new moon, but we're going through it in this, it was a moon in the same sign of the house that we were having the new moon in. And what that was, that's Taurus energy. It's intense, it's a lot. And it's not the fact that we were going through an eclipse, but I was saying energetically it was potentially going to feel very eclipsy for that reason. To add to that, we had a lot of extra things that were happening right after that new moon. It's really like, it's don't get too comfortable, because one thing's changing after another, because mere hours, right? Mere hours after we navigated that new moon energy, we also had the moon sign that moved into Gemini, okay? And then after that, right after that occurred yesterday, Mercury moved into Gemini as well. Now we've got Mars that's moving into Taurus today. Positive fact, a lot of those planets that we saw that were in Aries are starting to move out of it, which potentially could allow for states or spaces of productivity to occur. However, I'm going to say this again, now is not a good time to assume things, because working into the context of recognizing and identifying what feels energetically supportive, this type of energy can make us feel a lot of stress. So making sure that we take some of those lessons that we often employ and recognize when we're working through Taurus season: self-care, being able to articulate upon one's standards and boundaries, the ability to build energetic resolve, not from a place of stubbornness, but from a place of rampant vulnerability. The positive about this is it can allow for the feeling that things are starting to pick up or make movement again, especially if you were feeling any type of stagnation when we were going through a lot of those planets that were in Aries. However, I'm going to kind of say the same things that I was saying before in relationality to it. Make sure, right? Make sure that you're not just expressing your feelings, but bringing healthy directions with them, being able to articulate upon what would be preferable in order to allow for something to work towards something in a way that one has never expected or anticipated. This is also, there's a lot of work we also see here in relationality to the work that we do in letting go in healthy ways of our expectations as it relates to manifestation goals. It's a conversation that we often see when we're talking into the idea of building towards a manifestation goal, which is why you can't be too rigid in a manifestation goal, because when you're too rigid in a manifestation goal, you don't allow the capacity for the manifestation goal to flourish. It's the state by which something can effectively understand or come towards you in a way that's even better than one expects. But the thing about it is, when we are too self-limiting in terms of our demands, then we don't allow the ability for something to effectively flourish around us in a way that can delight and surprise us. So, the reason I bring this up is we see specifically that a lot of the work that we navigated between that full moon in Scorpio that we experienced just a few weeks ago in Taurus season, moving through this new moon, it talks about the ability to effectively feel stabilized in the process of transformation. It's understanding the quality and condition that change does not necessarily always break things, but the space by which we ourselves can accommodate change allows for the process or the experience by which things can happen very quickly in positive ways as well. But before we continue, we do want to talk a little bit about how this has been impacting specifically the energetic cycles. And we're going to start first by talking about the energy that we've been seeing in solitude during this time. Specifically, these are the relationships that have been working through a lot of the same messages that we identify in the world card of the tarot. These relationships have been coming together since the time of that double amplification of new moon that we experienced way back in January, the Capricorn new moon in Capricorn season, up until this Taurus new moon that we've experienced in Taurus season. So it's the observation and the understanding that either energy is in solitude right now, building into a space of loving the changes that they see that are occurring within themselves as they move towards their manifestation goals, potentially discovering new reserves of patience, the ability to hold, resolve, and stabilize through something that may be very impressive to the self, while at the same time building into new relationships. And the relationships that have been coming together during this time are characteristic of being able to recognize and appreciate mutual potentiality. And this is a very important lesson that we potentially see has been happening during this time, because what we identify is these are relationships that are able to discern the difference between the toxicity in feeling the sense of observing another's hidden potential. Because when we care about each other, our potentiality is never a hidden state, because often the space by which we feel that we're helping each other move towards hidden potential, it's not the space by which we identify or understand that when we're building into potentiality, it's based upon mutual consensuality, right? The mutual consent that we bring towards manifestation goals that allow that potentiality to flourish, rather than, and this is why this may be feeling like a very emotionally charged time, even as some energies are moving deeper into relationship, the observation of discovering the healthy relationship with the outspoken mutual potentiality and the ability to talk towards that potential with a sense of deference and excitement, and in the same exact time working through the experience of letting go and healing from relationships by which another person always felt energetically frustrated, right, or almost in the space by which they were articulating or broadcasting their disappointment to another, but with the realization of a situation or circumstance by which another person was trying to move towards a hidden potential in another. And that's what effectively broke the partnership. The understanding that when we care about each other, we're trying to bring the best things out in one another, but in a way by which it is mutually shared and appreciated. That's the space by which we're able to mutually find our bliss. Simultaneously, we see that the energies that have been moving deeper into divine union, and these were specifically the relationships that were coming together between the time of that Capricorn new moon that we experienced in January, leading into the Uranus stationing retrograde in Taurus way back in September. For a lot of these relationships, I would not be surprised if this is a time by which we see deeper relationships moving into more invested states of union, being able to effectively solidify those experiences specifically and particularly, because what we're basically identifying there is for a lot of those relationships, the observation of being able to work through something and not just being able to work through it, but being able to identify and heal on a profound level, especially if these were relationships and situations by which they felt that they were not cut out for partnership. They're seeing that that had less to do with them actually not being cut out for partnership, but having been in past relationship experiences by which they didn't feel that they could be the full breadth of the self within them. So, for a lot of those relationships, that ability of finding the comprehensive partnership allows another to be able to identify and know the self more. And you'll remember I was saying that a lot when those moon relationships were coming together. I was describing them as the know thyself partnerships. And the gift that we see that's happening there is it's not just the space by which they feel like they need to conform into a particular version of self in order to be in those relationships, but feeling the delight and relief in being in a relationship that can navigate all of the different phases of the self, which is why we see that there may be so much surety in terms of those relationships being shored up and moving deeper into partnership. Now, this brings us to the temperance relationships. And the temperance relationships were effectively coming together between the time of the Uranus stationing retrograde back in September up until the solstice period that we experienced over this past summer. These relationships have not been going through the most smooth of situations right now. There may even be some argumentation that is coming up in some of these, given the fact that we saw all of that Aries energy, a little bit of confrontational energy there, but healthy confrontation, the ability to face things in ways that fortify and healing to a certain extent their own relationship to argumentation, recognizing the difference between being in a relationship wherein you feel like you're arguing against one another rather than being in an experience where they're realizing that they're arguing for one another. So, if these were situations by which in the past they would have shied away from argumentation in relationship, due to past experiences that were not healthy. What feels like it is restoring and a relief in these partnerships is the fact that every time they argue, it feels like the relationship gets stronger because it's not the argument against the partnership, but trying to argue in terms of how to effectively steer the ship of relationship in a way that feels like it strengthens the energy that inhabits within it. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's not necessarily easy, but it's not about ease at this time. It's about finding a deeper sense of strength. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on this week on Friday, May 22nd at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. we are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. This will be the final suit that we are reading for before we move away from the court cards. So I hope to look forward to seeing you there. And if you haven't caught the other classes, don't worry. I do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied recently prior to beginning the next class. You still have plenty of time to join if you'd like to. And if you'd like to join, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber there. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. And you will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system. It's, as I mentioned, it's not necessary to catch up. And I really focused on trying to make these classes accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader, as well as the well-seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards based on the lunation cycle. I just wrote one recently on navigating this new moon that we just experienced. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to affect everybody just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. You will also have first priority in terms of being read for after we complete the daily collective. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for Hero Life Path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, media, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura, as well as guide messages. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. And if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all I need you to do is let me know the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. If you're joining us across any of the other apps, you can get on the list the same way that I indicated via my tree that has links in it in my bio. And if you're joining us over on the YouTube, you can go ahead as well and send the donation via there, and your paid membership there entitle you to the same benefits as I've listed for those on the Clock app. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How are you doing today, Heidi? Nice to see you. Oh my God, Avatar, look at the Kookaburra. It was so cute. And welcome as well, Sharvi. And how you doing today, Lisa? So good to see you, dear. How you doing, Avatar? Thank you for sharing the live, Lisa. On edge, but doing okay. That's kind of the energy we have right now. I know, intense weekend, right? How you doing today, Kat? As a Leo rising, oh my gosh, I love all of them. It's really cute. As a Leo rising, my partner being a Leo rising has been interesting. Yeah, that's going to make an interesting relationship, especially when you fight. Okay. It's probably like Clash of the Titans. It's like, unhand me, sir. Unhand me. Hi there, Tilly. You got first priority today. You'll be read for before we start the Daily Collective. Grand Rising Dada, so good to see you. Welcome, Siobhan. Good to see you today, Bridget, and thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Also, thank you for recharging your heart me's. Please remember to recharge your heart me if you'd like an animal oracle card on top of your one card today. Thank you as well, Adam. Good to see you, dear. Grand Rising Minnie, just popping in to say hello. Oh, excellent. Safe travels, dear. A new fave, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Thank you as well. Grand Rising, Denise. Oh, thank you. It's a work in progress. I got lost the last one, so I had to create a new one. Excellent. And thank you for those gifts, Nicole. I appreciate you. Ta-da. What's up, Adam? Hi there, Carly. Good to see you today. And Two Birds, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. And thank you as well. I just want to take a moment and just laugh about the fact that apparently there's a gift called a shard of hope. just, I find that very funny. Not a whole hope, mind you. You can't give someone a whole hope, just a shard of hope. A shard of hope. Love a good shard. Got to bring that word back. It's underused. It's an underused word. Juicy smile. Juicy smile just sounds weird. I don't like that. All right, we're going to get started on today's Daily Collective. However, the way we do it here is anybody who gets on the list before we start the live has priority to be read for before we begin the Daily Collective. And Tilly, you've got priority today. I believe when I just want to re-indicate and confirm that you wanted to get a guide reading. Just go ahead and comment in the chat. That said, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it is an absolutely stunningly good time to get on the list because you will not have to wait long. You will have first priority once we finish the Daily Collective, which means if you want to secure that spot now is your time. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being Semi-Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Before we begin, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit oracle cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Tilly here. Guys, make sure to give Tilly some love. Can I get, and you'll have an additional card in your reading today, Tilly, because you were the first person put on the list today. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Tilly? 4 cards. Oh my gosh. You know, it's interesting because I know that you asked specifically for a guide message. And the guide message is coming through as a guide really firmly and resolutely saying, let them handle it. Like it's saying, let them handle it. And the thing I need to stress here is, I'm going to kind of walk you through a little bit of what I'm seeing. Um, I feel like there's a situation that requires you to have to hit a very specific chord. Okay. And the thing about it is, it says to me, it's not fair. It's not fair that you have to be in the position of doing that. And also the fact that I've got a guide, like almost articulating upon the fact that um, they've got somebody on notice about it, is what I'm like. It's giving me a lot of, I saw it too. It's giving me a lot of crossed arms energy. And the thing about it, you know, I've got two different guides around you. Okay. One feels ancestral. One feels more someone like actively that chooses to work with you in some way. But the thing about it is, they are on the same page about it, is what I keep on getting. And the thing I keep on seeing is the and I can almost see you asking a question like, why is somebody um why is someone trying to unnecessarily provocate you? You know? Like that's all I keep on seeing here. And the thing you have to understand, and this is coming through as a very specific message, is um when someone, I keep on hearing the conversation of someone articulating about what it means to actually be not nice. And have you ever noticed that when another person has to insist upon the fact that they're nice, they rarely are, right? Like the space by which another person keeps on emphatically articulating upon the fact that they're nice. Like niceness does not need to be explained to be experienced, is what I keep on. Now I got to get you a book. Hold on a minute. Like, 1 second. Mm-hmm. Niceness does not. Okay. Oh, wow. This is wild. Hold on. Need to be explained to be experienced. And here's the thing about it. When somebody wants to have a good story about you rather than a good experience with you, then somebody will literally try to provocate you so that they feel connected to you because they have a story about something they did to you. I'm going to say that again because it's coming very specifically from an ancestral energy that's articulating upon how miserable someone has to be in order to do that, right? So I'm going to say it again so you can understand what I said. When somebody desperately wants to be connected in some way to you, right? When somebody is desperate, and the word I'm getting like desperate with a capital D, right? When somebody is desperate for anything kind of connection to you, they would rather try to create the space by which they can articulate that they did something to you so that they can talk about you, is all I keep on getting, right? Like the delight that someone has about talking about something they did to you so that they can put your name in their mouth, is what I keep on getting, right? Because the truth is, and this is the thing your ancestors are saying, because they know that they have no right having your name in their mouth, is what I, right? Like they have no right. Like there goes somebody who has no connection to you and absolutely no right to ever even have anything to say about you. But then they've got, and I keep on hearing, somebody who's got the absolute opportunity of a lifetime to effectively build an authentic connection with you. But instead, right? But instead of being vulnerable enough, right? Instead of being vulnerable enough to be able to articulate about something, they would rather build into a fragility point where they can talk about something they did to you. And here's the thing, here's where your other guide's stepping up. They just keep on saying protection, protection, protection. Because what they don't realize is you've got a whole spirit team around you. You got a whole, like, and I will never understand, like, a whole spirit team around you, watching over you, seeing somebody doing that, and their spirit team seeing it too. Now, how do you think how do you think their ancestrals feel about that? I don't know what somebody did. Somebody cut off their legacy to it. Someone cut off their legacy to their own ancestral by trying to do something to you to get a story. That's, and here's the thing, that's not your responsibility. You did not, and I know you did not create that situation, is what I'm getting. You did not create that situation. I want you to remember somebody else created that situation for themselves. Because all I keep on hearing, it's like, I don't know what it is. It feels like somebody, and here's the thing about it. It feels like somebody who was put up to do something, you know? And you'll never, I feel like it's really, and here's the thing about it, because you're connecting to your ancestral, and I can see that you understand this. When another person is more invested in impressing someone by taking a bet, when another person is more invested in taking a bet than the quality of what it could do to damage their own ancestral connection by doing something to impress another, that's not your responsibility. And I know it can often feel really heavy when we're connected to spirit and we can see things in that way. But they're just reminding me that you did not you did not create that situation. And if you didn't create it, then you're energetically separated from it. And that's why they're articulating and just saying, let them take care of it. And when they're saying let them take care of it, they're indicating they're your own guides. Whatever this is I'm seeing, it's saying to me that you just need to continue to do what you're doing. And it's funny too, because this is why I like having this cow here. Because this cow is often like, I love this cow because this cow is often like, all you need to do is mind your own business. But I want to point this out. You can mind your own business and shrug off something as energetically weird, especially and particularly if it feels like somebody was being like hyper weird to you, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, man. Here's the thing about it. I don't know what I'm reading here, but I just keep on seeing somebody has, I mean, like I keep on hearing like squandered an ancestral legacy by taking a like taking a pride bet is what I keep on hearing. I just keep on hearing taking a pride bet, and a pride bet is somebody saying like and what I mean by a pride bet is somebody saying like, oh, you know what you should do, and then somebody trying to encourage them to do it, right? That those type of situations like will sever another person's connection to spirit so quickly, because you have to understand, when ancestral energy sees us behaving like that, they turn their backs from us. They just straight, I can't talk to you like, and I've talked to you about the condition about this, and I'm not sure if this is something that you were receiving, but it's a sad state of affairs when ancestral energy turns their backs from us. And I want to tell you right now, whenever I read into situations like that, it's almost never for another person stepping into their authenticity, but rather doing something that they know is wrong, because they would rather be proud than good, right? They would rather be proud. They would rather another person see them as tough than recognize, than allow, than do something that they know is the right thing. So I want you to be conscientious of that, because it's interesting too, because it's not just the fact that I'm reading into your ancestral, but I almost have another ancestral connection here that isn't yours, asking for apology in relationality to what another person has either put you through in the past, or that you're actively recovering from. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And this is your book if you come back for another reading. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Thank you for also receiving that message, BMTX. And just a reminder to those who are joining us over on the place where you keep the videos, you can also get on the list for Read Today by my tree that is Binkston in my Lio. One moment. Hi there, Per. Good to see you today. Yeah, we're working on it. I couldn't find my other graphic. I had to create a new one. Yep. No, this was we had a prioritized read come through. You've got an ancestral oracle, so I know who it is. Okay, thank you for confirming who I was reading on. Yep, I got you on the list, Nicole. You'll be the first one read for once we complete the daily. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. An absolutely lovely time to get on the list. Thank you. So user 681, we've got, I would encourage you to please go to my code of conduct that is pinned to my profile. In the code of conduct, you'll see the rules for engaging in the chat space. One of the things that we encourage you not to do is utilize the ubiquitous them when you're talking in the chat space. Make sure that you're being clear in terms of who you are referring to. Okay. And I would ask you to be more conscientious with what you're posting in order not to get muted. Hi there, Avatar. I know, isn't it pretty? Yep. I know, it's really lovely, isn't it? Excellent. Thank you for also receiving this message, Justin. So it's not uncommon when we're here and doing readings that those who also need these messages are here to receive them. You did have a tough, hold on a minute. You did have a tough conversation with partner about making changes. And I couldn't understand their point of view, but felt like my message went through to them and they understood. Well, the thing I keep on seeing, like the thing I keep on identifying is, and I feel like that's where I was identifying some of that work about the past. Like I feel like I see you navigating some kind of triggering territory by which you've got a lot of insight. And I almost see a situation where it's like I don't see somebody around you trying to trigger you, but I almost see you attenuating as to why you're triggered, that is allowing for something to be healed, right? It's like, it's saying to me, like, it almost feels like a guide that's trying to confirm to you they see you navigating your trigger as well as you possibly can. Yeah, you couldn't understand it. Yeah, thank you for confirming. Hi there, Laurel. Good to see you today. Yeah, sometimes you just need to be the one to bring up a tough conversation. But this is why I see you confronting things, because I feel like you're confronting things specifically and particularly based on experiences. I feel like you're healing from an experience in the past where someone was not necessarily prioritizing you, but was, I keep on hearing, like, it feels like, it almost feels like some, like, that's what I meant. Like, I kept on hearing, like, it was weird because when I was reading for you, I kept on hearing the word bet, right? And so, like, often, like, that almost feels to me like the shape of someone that you've healed from, that potentially hurt you, that was doing things more to impress those around them rather than building into the space of feeling fully supported in the relationship they had with you. Thank you for also receiving that message, Carly, and thank you as well, Tilly, for confirmation. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, I almost see a situation by what you're saying to another person that you don't expect them to be that way, but this is why you feel that way. Yeah, the past traumas you had that the current partner also didn't know how to navigate. Well, and that's why I keep on getting, as long as you're doing that work to communicate, right? We don't rush those processes. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And as I mentioned, if you would like to get on the list right now, it's an absolute lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for once we complete the daily collective. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, just a reminder, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all you need to do is let me know the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but please remember, we've got 2 giveaways occurring right now. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure that you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning our daily collective read, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the swan. We'll do that again after the next reading. And if you guys can do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, just bear with me a moment. I see. Excellent. Perfect. And just a reminder to those who are joining us over, how you doing today, Ava? I hope you're having a beautiful day over in the place where we keep the videos. You can also get on the list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. And if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, just let me know the date that you were put on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, May 18th, 2026. We are going to be starting today with a harmonic energy update. We're going to be drawing the first 5 cards in our 5-card spread. First card we are drawing our day with, starting our day off with today, is the Fool card. Love to see this card. We are moving into new energetic cycles. I was anticipating that one of the things that we could potentially expect to see, given the fact that we noticed that there was a correlation point between the lunation cycle that we currently experience leading into the last one that we had. You'll recognize that the last energetic cycle that we walked into started equivalently around the time of the Capricorn new moon in Capricorn season. So we saw a lot of work that was being identified in relationality to healthy correlation, or the space by which we were talking about equivalency points. So things that feel like energetic equivalents to another. So it makes a lot of sense that we see that as we're navigating out of this Taurus new moon, we're beginning a new energetic cycle via the relationship. Now, I like to see the Fool card there, because what we effectively see, there's a strong correlation that I often build astrologically with the Fool card and Aries placements. And what we really see right now, while we are observing that there's a lot of energy that is entering into Gemini, we also see that there's a lot of egress right now of planets moving out of Aries at the same time. So that speaks to us about the ability of taking frustration and transforming it into possibility, right? And we like to see, I actually love to see the connectivity point between Aries and Gemini energy, because it talks to us about moving out of the self-limitation as it relates to the way that we're used to doing things, right? Now, the beauty of it that we often recognize and identify as we're going through Taurus cycles is understanding that the ability to kind of move the ability to move through comfortability point is one by which we allow the context of experimentation, right? Because what basically happens, like what is happening when you're doing something over and over and over again with slight modifications, that is not the space by which you're effectively doing something cyclical. You're doing something experimentally, right? The difference between, right, subtle nuance and the small characteristic changes that we bring to things that allow us to be able to do things in ways that we haven't theorized before. So we see that there's a nice inclination here, because what's actually happening is the space by which the harmony that we see with planets moving into Gemini as they're exiting out of Aries is giving us the inclination of understanding that it is getting easier to be adaptable. And the adaptability that we experience is as a result of feeling well grounded in our own comfortability. You'll recall that we talked about a lot of the work that we saw or identified working through those world relationships was the identification point of being able to understand that the way that we find a new comfort zone is correlated to our ability to step out of one. And that doesn't require us to do, and that's a relief, because it doesn't require us, it talks to us about the fact that it doesn't require us to go to extremes in relationality to our healing journeys, right? There should be nothing, because you have to understand, extreme is extraneous, okay? And extreme and extraneous are very different things. And you have to understand that when it comes to extremity, a healthy healing journey should be the enhancement, right? It should be the enhancement of something, not the extraneousness of it. And the reason we talk about that is because, and you'll sometimes see this, you'll sometimes see somebody that is articulating that they're looking for a healing journey, but really they're just trying to escape from themselves, right? And that's not a health. And we also see this in relationship. That's not a healthy healing journey. That's not a healthy relationship, because the difference, right, the difference between doing something differently and doing something extremely is the difference between identifying the space by which one is energetically satisfied, right, the contentment that one feels in being able to identify what it is that one is working to heal, right? That minor progress that pays off in tremendous ways versus, right? Versus doing something that feels entirely antithetical to one's own state and nature, which is never what we effectively identify there. So we see that there's a lot of that healthy energetic growth that's occurring and potentially in the realm of navigating through uncomfortability. But what happens? What is the gift when we are able to navigate a little uncomfortability? We find ourselves getting stronger in terms of being able to bring stability with us to situations and experiences. Now, this brings us to the second card in our reading today. We've got here the Two of Wands and it's upright. And I love this too, because this is confirmation on what we were talking about in relationality to the energy that is exiting Aries right now and the energy that is entering Gemini, right? We've got the two there. Now it's interesting, right? Because we're going from 0 to 2, but that's also something that is energetically positive because it's the ability, right? What it's basically being able to do is working into, like, I'm not surprised to see this as it relates to relationship, because what do we see for the energy in solitude right now, right? What do we see that is energetically occurring? The ability to effectively think collectively, or the ability to effectively identify and recognize something that feels, and I keep on getting the relationship that heals via the mutual benefit, right? And what is a mutually beneficial relationship? A mutually beneficial relationship is one that feels like it is in alignment, because a mutually beneficial relationship is one that both energetically nourishes the self, the present self, while also working towards the clarity in terms of what that plan is or what that expectation is, right? And this is what's beautiful about it, because this is the energy, right? This is in a way, right? This is in a way the maturation of Fool energy, right? Because what do you see with the Fool? The Fool is just like, woo, like, like not really looking, just throwing themselves into the unknown, right? And then, but instead, what do we effectively identify here? This is right. This is the fully grown Fool to a certain extent. We've been talking. We're gonna be talking about this a lot too. Like, there's certain cards that work. They work harmonically with one another. Is the best way I can describe it. And one of the things that we potentially see, that occurs when we put the Two of Wands, the Fool card together with the Two of Wands, is we see a harmonic there. And the reason that we see a harmonic, okay, is understanding, right? Like, what do these two cards say to each other in correlation when you view them as such? It's the identification point that helps one recognize and understand that when one feels, right, when one feels energetically stable, that is the best time to do something different, right? Because it's not the space by which you're looking to escape the stability, right? You're not looking to escape the stability. You're not like, I'm tired of this, I need to get out of here, right? It is the forethought that allows the leap of faith, right? The forethought and the leap of faith that work in harmony to allow one to arrive to a new place in relationship, a new place, a new state of being, a new state of mind. So this is a lot of the energy that we see that is the culmination of a lot of that world energy. And we like it, right? Because it doesn't feel drastic, right? The fool doesn't feel so drastic in this context, does it? It doesn't feel so drastic. It feels refreshing. It feels refreshing. right? It doesn't feel, when you see it like this, it doesn't feel, right? It doesn't feel as anxiety inducing because it talks about, right? It talks about a healthy relationship that allows the modality or the circumstance or situation by which we feel confident, right? We feel confident to navigate the force of change. So we see, right? We see a lot of that energy there. So that's what we effectively identify that's occurring in those frequencies. And but it's not easy, right? Because what we effectively identify there is it's and I like this too because this is basically the new relationship cycle that we see, because what's happening right now, and this is bringing us into those world relationships. And this is what we identify with those world relationships. The gift of healthy energetic observation, potentially feeling a relationship by which, again, like it feels like there's healthy communication there. And what are they communicating upon? The potential, where they aspire it to go, how it can effectively move towards something in a way that is profound and in a way that is expansive. So there's a lot of that energy that we see there. Now moving deeper into the moon relationships that are also moving deeper into divine union. We've got two cards right now that are coming through. Oh, that's a lot of wand energy. A lot of wand energy. We've got here, wow, this is fascinating. We've got two cards in the center today. So we've got the Eight of Wands in its upright in combination with our Nine of Wands in its reversal. So what do we see here with the Eight of Wands in its upright with the Nine of Wands in its reversal? What we basically identify in those two spots is, and I want to describe this here, these are the energies that are feeling the deepening of an energetic connection, right? The observation of being able to understand and recognize what it is that they're sending their force of effort to. And this is what's beautiful about these relationships right now, because these are relationships that are feeling the relief of energy that allows them to proceed on their own journey of self discovery, right? It's the observation of what effectively happens when we're facilitating healthy communication. So there's a lot of that healthy communication that we see that is occurring there. And even in the space by which they're having healthy communication, this is effectively showing the roots, right? They're well rooted, they're well rooted relationships, because when we feel like when we have healthy roots, then it allows us to be able to extend our scope or extend our possibility. And that's why we see that these relationships are so stabilized, because they don't feel like they have to spend so much time agonizing, right? They don't have to spend every moment agonizing about the quality and condition of the relationship. And when you don't have to agonize about the quality and condition of the relationship, then it allows you to turn your attention to the position of the relationship, right? The ability to move something in the direction that one aspires or hopes that it will go. Now, this brings us to the third and fourth cards in our spread today, and these are the temperance relationships. We've got here the eight, a lot of eight energy today, an Eight of Cups in its upright in combination with our 10 of Cups in its upright. And there's something really important here. You know, there's something really important that I'm seeing that is occurring right now for those temperance relationships, as it relates to being able, like the gift that these temperance relationships are really able to bring to situations is being able to be clear in terms of what, like, and I want to describe this, like, the identification of limits that are tested is what I keep on seeing. And what does it mean? And there's something really important about that, because you often recognize, and here's the truth about it. Sometimes um, the ability of another to test a limit becomes its own point of closure to a certain extent. And why do we say that? Because there are no limitations. There are no limitations in healthy relationship. But you have to understand trauma, those who are trauma informed are perpetually testing limits, specifically and particularly because trauma eradicates manifestation goals. You have to understand this. And when you understand it, it changes everything, right? This is why you'll often see that those who have like gone through a lot of experiences of trauma, they just do things for effect, right? There's the space or state by which another will just do something because they're doing it out of curiosity and not out of an intention in terms of recognizing what is energetically best. And what happens, and the thing you have to understand is, and this is why it's so dangerous to do that, when you understand that you are in a universe that wants to give you what you want, right? When you recognize and identify that you are working in collaboration with a conscientious universe that wants to work with you, then all you do when you energetically try to provoke is say to the universe that you delight in provocation. So do you see the trauma trap that one gets into where you've got a universe that wants to effectively work towards your needs, and there you are, right? There you are energetically doing something that feels right like you're in the space by which you're not necessarily having a manifestation goal, but you're trying to prove something to yourself. And then the universe grants the request of what it is that you're trying to prove to yourself is energetically true. And thus you found the trauma trap where you're effectively creating the situation around you that feels like it is self-limiting. You're creating the situation because you've said, like you're literally saying to the universe, I'm seeking disappointment everywhere I go, and thus you will find it because the universe cares about you and wants to give it back to you, give you what you're seeking. So this is why we talk about the necessity and making sure that one changes one's mind, right? Like we talk about the importance of changing one's mind, and that is working into the context. And this is what I keep on seeing with a lot of these relationships and situations, the understanding of, right, the understanding of the devastation that occurs with a limited self with a limited view of one's self-worth, right? Because that observation of being able to identify and recognize is the quality and condition by which our self-worth is weighted in the kindness that we create for ourselves and for those around us. So the modality and the understanding that when we create that, we effectively cultivate an environment that allows another person to want to energetically succeed. But when others, right, and this is why negative mindsets are so debilitating and damaging. When one creates a negative mindset, right, by which another person is just coming into the space by which they're provocating or energetically teasing, then all it does is it creates an energy surrounding a situation that doesn't allow, right? It doesn't allow something to fully flourish. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it is the articulation point in terms of understanding what feels supportive, right? It's the dual work we see that a lot of those temperance relationships are doing, that is articulating the space by which they bring positivity in the direction of things that feel like they make things better, right? And they articulate their dissatisfaction on what is not helping or what is not helpful. And even in the space by which they're articulating that, what are they doing in relationship? The relationship is becoming stronger in the context of it because it is the strength that they energetically articulate that is allowing that becomes, like I keep on hearing, it's like the fact that even if there's argumentation there, it's positive argumentation because it allows another to feel energetically stronger in terms of identifying and recognizing the state or nature of the environment by which they are effectively working. Now, bringing us back to the energy and solitude right now, clarification between that Fool card and the Two of Wands and its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with the Lovers in its reversal. So what we're identifying right now with the Lovers in its reversal, the best way we can articulate this, the Lovers in its reversal is not necessarily a negative card to see in this area, because you have to understand that what these energies are doing right now in solitude are recognizing the difference, right? Recognizing the difference between energy that is seeking versus energy that is finding. And the thing about it is when one is finding, then one then one is not in the space, the space by which the space by which I keep on seeing healthy relationship is not a switch, is all I keep on getting. Healthy relationship is not a switch, which is the space by which you don't move towards things and the disinclination upon something that potentially moves someone further away, right? Because the thing about it is you have to understand the toxicity of disinclination. Because when there are those who are disinclined, you can't find anything if you're disinclined, right? Because what happens if you're disinclined and you can't find anything? Disinclined means inclined because you climb, right? It's understanding the tendency by which you bring towards things. And it's understanding the incline. Okay. It's understanding the incline, which means that anything good, right? Things that are good often require steep effort, right? We steep our efforts towards our inclinations. And the reason we steep our efforts into our inclinations is because when we steep our efforts into our inclinations, we get stronger. We get stronger. We get stronger at things. And here you go. And you got to describe this, right? This is what you, there is no loneliness epidemic. Okay. Like this is, but there is a disinclination epidemic. Okay. Because there you go. You got someone being like, I want a relationship. And I keep asking for one. And nobody brings me the relationship that I want. And I'm deeply unsatisfied about it. You know, like, and that is what children do. Okay. That is like, you don't get like, here you go. I made you the perfect relationship, right? It doesn't work like that. It never works like that. Nothing ever works like that. It's what we put into it. It's what we put into it that defines the quality of what it is that we're making. Because when you think, right, when you think that every relationship, okay, there is there is a magic that happens in every person that you meet. Because in every person that you meet, so too will another facet of your own self emerge, right? And so too in them. When you think about that, the incredible magic that occurs when different individuals meet one another and they discover new facets of one another in the context of that relationship, then we understand the value and significance of being able to identify and foster different energetic connections. And that does not require, right? And this is why there's nothing more silly, right? There's nothing more silly on this earth when somebody gets into the habit of comparing relationships, because the relationship that you have with one person will be completely different from a relationship that you have with another. And that's not you, right? That's not you being true to yourself. That's you discovering the person that emerges within you when you get move in connection with another energy. And when we understand that relationships are alchemy, right? When we recognize and understand that relationships are alchemy, then we work into the context of identifying and recognizing that if you are, you better be inclined in discovering the nature of a relationship, not just working through the disinclination in terms of what it means to be able to build an energetic connection. And so this is often what we talk about is difficult to heal because it requires us to be able to build a connection, to step out of our comfort zone to a certain extent. We need to be energetically vulnerable, but not overly vulnerable, right? It's understanding a little bit of discomfiture every day is how we move into a new sense of comfort. So, what do we see that these new relationships are doing? They're continuing the work that we saw in the world relationship, and they're building their strength. They're building their strength in stepping out of their comfort zone. And that doesn't mean that they're contorting themselves, right? That doesn't mean that they're doing something so beyond, doesn't mean that they're doing something so beyond their comfortability that they can't recognize themselves, because that's weird. Okay. Like that is disassociation, right? But they're allowing the context of being able to identify that the sound of becoming stronger is being a little vulnerable each day in the best possible way. And this brings us to those moon, like this is actually, this is a new energetic signature that's forming here. So this is bringing us into the world relationships. And there's there's a lot of wand energy that I see right now with these world relationships. And I got to tell you, there's something very, there's something very interesting that I see that's happening right now with these world relationships. And it's like, it feels a little bit like bated breath. But let me see if I can get more clarification on that, because we've got an 8 here, we've got a 9, we've got an 8, a 9, and a 2. Like we've got an 8, a 9, and a 2. Yeah. Okay. One card, please. Yeah, Empress energy. That makes sense. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Wow. Yeah, I see it. Okay. Okay. How do I explain this? Okay. I'm going to show you something, and you're either going to get it or you're not. Okay. Because we're talking a lot about equivalency points here. Okay. And the thing with an equivalency point is why you can never assume anything. Because when you are expecting something, then you don't see something emerging, right? And you have to understand that things take time to grow. And so I'm going to show you something. I hope this makes sense. But I want you to see the quality and characteristic of the Empress card. Okay? And the best way I can describe the Empress card to you energetically, okay? If I had to explain to you the energetic signature, the energetic signature of the Empress card, all right? Just watch. Okay? Here's the inclination. You see the inclination? You see the inclination, okay? But then you see behind the Empress things that you see growth, okay? You see things growing up and you see things growing down, okay? That's why we got here, we got the roots and the trees. So look, you got the 2 of Wands in its upright with the 9 of Wands in its reversal. So I know this is going to seem a little wild, but when you take these 3 cards, right? When you take these 3 cards energetically, it's the same as the Empress, right? It's the same as the Empress. It's the formula, it's the energetic formula, right? It's the energetic formula of the Empress that is represented in the cards. So this is what we talk about a lot as it relates to, and you'll remember that one of the things that we were talking about as my like throat channel starts to close up is the observation and the understanding of working through the identification, and they're even holding something. Okay. Okay. All right. It's the understanding that our assumption gets in the way of our perception. That sometimes our assumption gets in the way of our perception, because when we are expecting something, we don't see things, right? There you are with your assumption and presumption, right? And there something is before you, but it doesn't look the way that you would energetically expect it to, right? So this is why you have to bring an open mind to things, because when you don't bring an open mind to things, you can't see the possibilities that surround you in terms of having all the things you need, right? And this is often what happens. We talk about our manifestations. We go, and it's like I like to point out, you're like, I would like a sandwich, and then all of a sudden you're like, but I don't have a sandwich. All I've got is some bread here and some filling, and I just wish I had a sandwich, right? And the universe is just looking at you like, right? Like, all it needs, look, you got all the things, you got all the stuff you need, to bring that into being, but you just need one thing. You just need one additional thing there, right? You need effort, right? You need effort. The magic, like the thing that we bring into things that allow things to transform is effort. And so the observation of understanding, and this is often what occurs, right? This is why there's nothing more toxic than to say, when you're going towards a manifestation goal, why isn't it happening? Right? As you're sitting there going, why isn't it happening? I'm waiting for it. And the universe goes, exactly. Did you just say wait? Did you just say, like there's the universe trying to bring you everything you want, and you're going, I'm waiting for it, and the universe is like, I have never met someone so rude in my entire life. It's a collaboration. It's a collaboration, right? There's no waiting in a manifestation goal, right? There's the doing of it. There's the doing. Less waiting, more doing. And so this is what I see that's happening with some of these. This is what's happening with some of these with some of these world relationships. I mean, with a lot of these world relationships right now, because I literally see that some of these relationships are healing from circumstances or situations by which another person was expecting another to do everything for them, right? Like these are energies that are literally healing from energy that would take advantage of them, right? Because, and this is why I said that these relationships right now feel like they're energetically flourishing, because, right, the observation and the understanding, right, the observation and the understanding of being able to navigate. And I think that this is beautiful, because often with the Empress card, the conversation that we have is one related to bandwidth, right? And the thing about bandwidth is, when others, right? Like when there are others that aren't in the space by which they themselves roll up their sleeves, right? Like that's what you need to be able to do when you're work. Like this is why we talk about inclination is different than effort, right? Because inclination brings us to effort, because inclination is what we aspire to. Effort is what we put our minds to. And so I feel like there's something really important in relationality to a lot of those world relationships, working through the difference between inclination and effort, because that point, um, when, and I want to point this out, and this is really important, when we're in healthy spaces, things proceed even without our effort. And I need to stress that because you have to understand that trauma environments, like trauma environments, try to articulate upon the understanding of trying to make another feel that there's always not enough, right? A trauma environment always articulates upon the lack space or what is energetically missing instead of the quality of what another needs to bring into something. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, that ability, right? That ability of determining and describing what needs to be brought, I just keep on seeing these are relationships that are healing, right? They're healing from situations or circumstances by which another person, I keep on hearing, by which another person was perpetually articulating upon what was missing instead of what was bringing what needs to be brought, right? And that's why we understand that when we're working in a healthy way, we answer the call. And we talk about answering the call, but the answering the call is understanding that we bring we bring the energy that we need into things. But it shouldn't be our responsibility to have to hold that energy continuously, because when we are in a space that honors the effort that we bring to things, we hold that energy as though it were our own. So that's what I like about some of these relationships that are healing right now, because they're articulating upon the fact that it was the, I feel like it's the energy that's attenuating onto the fact that they always have the ability to bring that energy into things. But what they're looking for is another that has the capability to hold that form, even when, right? Even when they themselves aren't there to energetically provide it, because that is effectively what we do in world relationships. We build into things conscientiously, specifically and particularly. And the only way you get there is if you stop taking things personally and start taking them profoundly. Continuing to get clarification here, moving into those moon relationships, because I told you there's a lot of shifting that's happening right now. King of Swords in its reversal, right? Because it has to do, right? When energy always talks about energy letting them down, the question you need to ask someone who's always talking about being let down is, who have you recently let up, right? There's that person, right? There's that person around you that's perpetually talking about being let down. But the question you need to ask when someone articulates about being let down is, when was the last time you let someone up? Right? Because the space by which, and this is what we talk about the difference between effort and disinclination, right? That those that dwell in disappointment look at the eyes clouded through the eyes of disappointment, which is the modality of always feeling that the world is not the way that they ascribe it to be. And then in the space by which they're just looking and they're feeling disappointment, they're not energetically doing anything to make it better. So they're articulating upon, right, their disappointment that then proceeds to be disappointing because it's very convenient, isn't it? It's very convenient to be in a safe space of perpetually feeling disappointed instead of doing the hard work of building into vulnerability and bringing hope into things. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy, right? That identification point, right? That observation of effectively trying to move things towards the space of hope is the identification point that we don't keep that focused entirely on a particular individual. This is why we talk about the power of the collective, because when you understand, right, that trauma wants to build a situation by which you're always taking something personally, right? And then when you're taking something personally, you become the same force that hurt you. That's the cycle of trauma that potentially expounds and propels upon itself. But when we're working towards hopefulness, when we work towards mutual encouragement, then we're able to effectively identify and see the energetic possibilities that arrive in every space and every place that we effectively put our energy towards. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, that understanding of what is energetically needed, that positivity and possibility. This is what the moon relationships are finding in those partnerships. Because it's not the space by which they identify that they have to be perfect, but the space by which they understand and recognize what it is that they're working to energetically perfect. And in the space by which they work to perfect it, right? They heal in the process. And the thing about that, and this is bringing us to the energy that's deep within divine union, those temperance relationships. Yeah, the temperance relationships understand that when you are trying to build bridges, then you do it slowly and you do it patiently. And the thing about it is you can't build a bridge while you're complaining that you can't get across it, right? You can't build a bridge if you're complaining that you can't get across it, because the space by which you're articulating upon the limitation of it not being there is the space by which you're not aware of the fact that you're working to actually change it. So the context by which we articulate when we work towards working through our limitations is not in the resolution of articulating upon what we don't like, but rather talking towards what we would prefer, right? Because trauma is an echo chamber, and trauma is an echo chamber of dislikes and disappointments. So when you go into the echo chamber of trauma, which is just the articulation of dislikes and disappointments, then all you find there is low energy, right? It's the frustration that feels like it effectively arrests progress. It doesn't allow anything to get better. But the ability by which one is able to identify that is the state or the space by which you understand that the encouragement that we bring to each other is the arrival point in helping us to recognize the value and the power of our own possibility. If you take something nourishing and you talk negatively to it, it will eventually become the negative thing that you aspire it to be. And simultaneously, if you take something negative and you speak beauty into it, it will become more beautiful, which is why we have to recognize and identify the value and significance of our words. And that ability of being able to articulate upon that allows the understanding of everything to be possible. But it also requires, right? It also requires the ability to articulate upon what is not helpful, right? What is not helpful. And so I think it's really interesting because I do feel like at this time, for a lot of those temperance relationships, there may be a feeling of a lot of old trauma or old wounds coming up. But what do we see the energy doing in the context by which they see another person falling into, falling into some tendency to replicate an old trauma? The reminder that the way you can articulate it is saying, what you're bringing to something right now is not helpful, because when it's not helpful, it's more often than not trauma. Continuing to get clarification between the Lover's card in its reversal and the Empress card in its upright. One card to clarify. 7 of Pentacles in its upright. And this is moving us back into the energy that's in solitude right now. And I feel like what we're really seeing, I like to see these cards right now for energy and solitude, because we've got here, and I want to show you this because this is also giving us indications of the fact that we see a new energetic cycle emerging here, right? We've got we've got different energetic signatures here, right? And it's interesting too, because I'm almost seeing masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy that is literally depicted here, because we've got masculine energy, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, that's inhabiting a lot of that Fool energy right now, right? Taking new approaches to things and seeing new possibilities. This is a continuation of the work that we saw in the last masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy reading that we did. We see feminine in the Empress energy, which is understanding the significance and the valuation point of energetic stability, right? When one understands one's own standards, then one finds harmony in relationality to feeling energetically expansive in terms of what it is that one is bringing your energy to. So we see both of like these two cards are also, these two cards together are also valuable harmonics. Okay. And the reason we identify that these are valuable harmonics is because it's the same space, it's the understanding and the identification of, right? And this is what you want to see as it relates to counterpart. You can't get anywhere if counterpart energy is in the same modality, because when it's in the same modality, they can never find each other. So, what do we see feminine occupying? A restive state. What do we see masculine energy occupying? An active state. Where do we see non binary energy? We see non binary energy navigating a balanced state, or the space by which one is observing and energetically planning. So, this is lovely. This is absolutely lovely energy that is indicative of the fact that we see an energetic shift that's occurring, specifically and particularly because it's the energy, it's the energy that is working into the quality and condition of being able to determine and recognize what it means to be able to identify, finding, and connecting to counterpart, right? It's working into, and each and all of these energies right now, to a certain extent, I feel are probably navigating outside of their comfort zone, right? This is masculine taking more, like being more vulnerable in ways that they haven't been vulnerable for. This is feminine, right? Getting better at articulating upon their boundaries in order to have their needs met. And this is non-binary. That is, I keep on seeing, assessing, right? Assessing and addressing, but not overly correcting. So all of these energies here are working through a modality of productivity. Now continuing, and this is allowing for a lot of this to happen, which is like a healthy, supportive environment to emerge. Continuing to get clarity now, moving into the moon relationships. This is where we see the moon relationships right now. These are the counterpart energies, right? And again, we like to see this because to a certain extent, there's a similar equivalency point between the Fool card in its upright with the King of Swords in its reversal, because this is the observation and the understanding of being able to take, I keep on hearing, it feels restitutional, it feels restorative. However, I want to describe for feminine, this may be feeling like, I want to describe for feminine energy or those more feminine inclined, bearing in mind this is not based on gender. This may be getting better at articulating your feeling, one's feelings, so that they can be heard. And masculine, this may be getting better at being able to receive. I keep on hearing receiving criticism and recognizing it as a force of care, right? Not and this is and in both of these energies we see that these are probably, this is a lot of energy that is working through the moon relationships that feel like they're becoming more themselves, specifically and particularly because, and this is what's nice about it, we see that the counterparts feel the strength of a relationship by which it is safe to put their guard down, right? And understanding, and this brings us to the temperance relationships. King of Swords in its clarification between these two. Yeah, we've got the Queen of Cups in its upright. Okay, that's perfect. Because what we effectively identify there, specifically and particularly, is because for a lot of those temperance relationships, what they're understanding is, I keep on hearing, they can argue with their guard down. And what is beautiful about the ability to argue with their guard down? They argue with their guard down because they know that they don't take low blows to each other, right? They argue with their guard down because it's the capability and the understanding by which they recognize that they can work through something, but in a way by which, I keep on hearing, in the way by which they're not looking to win, right? They're not looking to win, they're looking for solutions. And that's what's beautiful about it, right? Because that's that continuing, like that's effectively one of the biggest things you have to be really conscientious about when you're in relationship is some kind of desire to win an argument, because you have to understand there's no winning in an argument with counterpart, because if it identifies, if you're looking to win, then what you're really getting is a space by which another person is never heard, right? So there you go. If you got that condition by which another person always feels like they win, what's really happening is one person feels like everything's great and another person feels like they're unseen and unheard, right? So these are the relationships that are healing their relationship to argumentation, specifically and particularly because they're not looking to win arguments, they're looking towards solution, what they need to bring to things in order for things to be different. And this brings us to the energy that's moving, that's in solitude right now. Clarification between our King of Swords and its reversal in combination with that Nine of Cups and its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with the Ace of Pentacles in its upright. And there's something I'm seeing right now for energy in solitude, which feels very sacred. And the thing I want to identify about something I see that is energetically sacred is understanding that when something is sacred, then the conditions by which you find it does not change the sacredness of it, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that that's really important, because I feel like for a lot of the energy in solitude, I've got kind of two different modalities that are emerging here. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some energy in solitude right now that has like someone trying to come back towards them, saying that they're ready to start again. But you have to understand, and I feel like this is the quality by which energy is working to heal, because I feel like a lot of energy is in the process of honoring their transformation. And when one is honoring, and it's interesting too, because like it feels like it's like very difficult on the heart channel. But when one is honoring one's own sense of transformation, then the ability by which another person, the ability by which another person tries to articulate that they're ready, when we are ready for a relationship, we are perpetually ready, right? There's no readiness. There's no ready in relationship, because ready indicates a lack of steadiness, right? Readiness is the space by which another person feels that one must energetically prepare, right? And so I feel like there's something really important about that, particularly as it relates, I keep on hearing, like, as it relates to some type of energy that has a tendency of potentially leapfrogging in and out of partnership, right? Because there are those that claim that they would like a relationship, but they're not ready for it, because just as things get intense, they disappear, right? And then lo and behold, the energy will come back and they'll articulate that they're ready to start again, but they're not. They're in a constant state of readiness, right? They're constant, like the only thing that's steady is the fact that they're in a perpetual state of readiness, which is they like the feeling of something that is gaining momentum, but they don't like being in something that is energetically stable. So that's why we see that for a lot of the energy, having to articulate that to another, saying, I think that you're in a state of perpetual readiness, but you're not in the space by which you're ready to like fully invest in steady partnership, is the energy that is identifying the difference, right? Like when we are ready for relationship, we're not enamored with the incline, right? We're not enamored with the incline, which is the energetic rush that we often feel as a relationship is starting to take off. But we also aspire and desire the stabilization point it reaches once we reach that point, because that in itself, right? That is energy that is more addicted to romance than love, because romance is volatile, romance is rocky, and some energy prefers to live on the rocks of relationship rather than building into the beauty of the steadiness of being in a healthy space. So we see that I wouldn't be surprised if there are some relationships right now that are healing by letting go of a relationship that they understand is available to them, but will qualitatively be rocky, specifically because another person is addicted, right? Energetically addicted to the rush of something that is energetically unstable. And so that's a lot of the energy that's saying, like, I almost feel like I see the energy almost saying there isn't a loneliness epidemic, there's a romance addiction, right? Because when you understand the quality by which another person values, like the ups and downs, rather than the stabilization point, then you understand the quality and condition by which another person may be trying to enter a relationship with a misconception of what it would feel like to be in one that is nourishing and healthy and stabilized. At the same time, we see that that's a lot of the energy in solitude, making healthier choices and thus beginning the healthy work of finding supportive and stable partnerships. And this is the energy that we see them in. Working on being vulnerable, right? And communicating upon what one aspires to find in order to find it, right? While also building into the space of appreciating and loving the self in the process. Continuing to get clarification, moving towards the energies moon relationships. Yeah, we've got a lot, like this is the stabilization point. A lot of these, I keep on getting a lot of these moon relationships right now. They're like no rockiness at all, right? This is the energy that feels the value of finally being in, and that's the beauty in being in a nourishing relationship. They can finally turn their concentration to the self. And this is the thing about it. This is why you have to heal self hate if you want to come into a healthy relationship. Because when you find the healthiest relationship, you're going to find yourself in ways that are profound, because you're going to get your time back. You're not going to have to spend all your time worrying about the condition of the relationship. Because, and you have to understand this, there's a correlation between those who have a lower self worth to entering into volatile relationships, because it serves as a distraction from working on the self first. And that brings us to the temperance relationships, clarification between the Queen of Cups and the Ace of Pentacles. It's never selfish to work on the self. It's never selfish to work on the self, so long as what you're wanting to work on the self is reciprocal to what you expect others to do in the same way. So what we see, there could be those experiences, and I want to tell you right now, for some of those moon relationships, there could be a situation by which the stability they're finding in partnership is starting to affect the relationships outside of partnership, because it's the energy that is articulating to energy around them that they've arrived into that stable state. And that is going to effectively impact the nature of the relationships surrounding the energetic partnership. Final card for today's spread, clarification between our Four of Pentacles in its upright and the Three of Wands in its upright. Four of Wands in its reversal. There are a lot of Wand cards in today's spread. I don't mind it because it talks a lot about, right? This is healthy. This is healthy work, right? This is healthy work because we understand and identify that when we're growing high, we have to grow low too, right? The understanding, and this is often what we talk about in relationality to what it should feel like when you're doing your shadow work effectively, right? Which is the context by which you are working through something in an upwards way, but also you're also working into the space of the unconscious, right? Because as you grow, and this is what you understand, as you grow, you're going to build a deeper connection to your unconscious because you're going to find more stuff there. And that's healthy because it's indicative of the fact that you're going through a healthy expansion process, right? That's finding energetic stability, and that's not the space by which one is delusional, right? That's not the space by which you say that there are all sunshine and rainbows, but also the ability by which one is able to understand what needs to be brought up, right? And so we see that this is the energy that is effectively in solitude, and they're getting stronger, right? They're getting stronger in doing the work to find that stabilization point in the context of the fact that they're effectively working, like they're working on their own expansion process, but not to the detriment of where they find themselves presently. And that's the space by which we understand that we're navigating healthy growth, because it's not the space by which we feel like we're trying to escape, right? It doesn't feel like a healthy spiritual journey does not feel like an escape mission. Okay, it doesn't feel like a healthy relationship, a healthy spiritual journey. It doesn't feel like an escape mission. It feels like an expansion, right? It feels like an expansion process. And in the space by which we do that, we come to understand not only ourselves more, but the energy and circumstances around our own self. And so I feel like that's a lot of the energy that to a certain extent feels like it, and I feel like it's interesting because it's not, even in the space by which new opportunities are coming, they're navigating them with a sense of proportionality in terms of what, like I keep wondering, in terms of what feels comfortable and recognizable versus what they aspire for, right? And that's what's interesting about it. And I feel like that's what I mean about learning. And this is why the energy is learning, why it's so important to be able to step out of your comfort zone. Because here's the truth of it, bottom of the deck. If all you've ever known is trauma, your comfort zone will be the traumatizing, right? If all you know, if all you've ever known is trauma, then something healthy will feel energetically foreign to you. And this is why we identify and recognize that the ability to step out of our comfort zone is healthy, because it's that ability of being able to understand that when you've been experienced nothing but trauma, joy will feel somewhat unrecognizable, right? The quality by which you navigate joy is the space by which you might say, this feels really surreal and weird. Yeah, it will, right? If all you've ever experienced is trauma, and then you find bliss, bliss is going to feel really weird to you. It's going to feel distressing because it's not what you're used to. And that's why it's important to understand the quality and condition of recognizing what we're seeking, right? The direction that we move towards that's healthy, which again is not just the ideal, but the understanding of what it feels like as we reach for the ideal. And frequently, if the ideal that we're experiencing is something that we haven't experienced before, then the feeling you better get used to as you're moving towards that manifestation goal is navigating the discomfort, right? It's going to get real surreal. It's going to get real surreal in there. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everybody who participated in our recent class on the court cards in the wand suit. Our next class will be held on Friday, May 22nd at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Pentacle suit. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a free complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't want to, even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we're navigating. You can find it over there on the stack. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretations, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or biweekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Kath. You came in second. First on the highest gifter. So you will have an additional card in your reading. You'll have a free reading. And congratulations to, bear with me one moment, Per, you came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just bear with me a moment. Hold on, let me double check. You're right, Cat. Avatar is second. Thank you so much, Per. I appreciate that. Avatar, you will have a second card in your reading. Thank you. And just taking a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Oh, that was the first time you saw a meteor shower. Amazing. Excellent. And welcome, Justin. How are you doing today, Bree? Again, Bree, I want to make sure that you're in a safe space. I'm not sure who you're speaking to, but I think that you might want to reach out and make sure that you're getting the support that you need around something. Nothing here is directed specifically at you. And so if you feel like there's something that's happening that's making you feel triggered and something that's being communicated, I would ask you to try to find an environment that's more restorative to your sense of health and well-being. Wishing you safety and joy on that journey. Excellent. Good to see you today, Laurel. How are you doing, dear? Absolutely. Wonderful. And thank you for those gifts, Nicole. I appreciate you. Yeah, let's go with the new cycles. And 7A, thank you for the follow. Thank you for confirmation, Sun and Soul. This is very real. Thank you as well, Nikki. Got to change the framework. Thank you, Eileen, for the follow. Hi there, Kath. Good to see you. Welcome, Leela. How you doing today? Excellent. Thank you for the compliment, Rudo. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Cheese toasty time. I like that. But do I have all the stuff? Yes. Yeah, exactly. Universe, like, make your own sandwich. I've been making sandwiches since 1991. I totally sat in my disappointment with the current state of the world this morning, sending you, well, sometimes we just need to take a moment, right? It's okay to rest. And Mike, thank you for the follow. Kat, thank you for that gift. Josie, thank you for the follow as well. Excellent. Romance fever. It's a good way of putting it, Per. I have the opposite. You're so welcome, Per. Excellent. The vibe of the live feels very zen today. Rachel, thank you for the follow. We are going to get started right now on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list today, is a great time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also going to be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We're already at 26.3K, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. First person we are reading for today is going to be Nicole. Nicole, if you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody wants to get on the list, also, if you're on the hold list right now, you just need to let me know the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. And if you are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get the same benefits that we've listed for subscribers as a paid member. How are you doing today, Dime? Welcome from Russia. And how are you doing today, Vidu? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you guys so much for tapping those screens And remember, if you become a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, you're also entitled to a free 1-card reading each day as well. Hi there, Nicole. How are you doing today? Highest priority from higher self. Any input from guides as well. I got you, dear. Before we continue right now, though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. A lot of cards coming out. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the otter. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Nicole here. Guys, make sure to give Nicole some love. Can I get 4 cards for Nicole, highest priority messages? And 1 more. Wow. You know, here's the thing about it. I feel like you're in a moment right now where you're having to occupy. I feel like I see you having to occupy an energy that you're rather like you're rather disinclined to have to navigate perpetually. And I feel like I'm getting a message from your guides that it's not the way you're feeling right now is not going to have to be the way you're going to feel forever. I'm literally getting, this is the hard part. You know, a lot of that 3 of Wands, and like a lot of that Queen of Wands with the 3 of Pentacles. And it feels to me, like I'm getting this vision of you having to effectively like shore up a dam to a certain extent is what I'm seeing. And the thing about it is, like, when one is trying to shore up a dam, it's not the time to decide the best way to do it. Any way that gets it done is the best way to do it, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like it almost says to me like it's working through the quality and condition of you potentially having to do something faster than you would typically be inclined to do it. But that's why I keep on getting, it's not always going to be like this, is what I keep on seeing. And the thing about it is, I feel like I almost pick up somebody that was really, really invested in you moving into some kind of state of desperation, is what I'm getting. You know, I don't know why, like, I feel like it's kind of like, you know, I keep on hearing, are you desperate yet? Is no way to start a conversation. I've read energy like this before, and it's like the grossest energy, right? It's like the grossest energy is the energy that starts a conversation with, are you desperate enough for me yet? It's like, I can't even describe it. It's like, it's really like, and I think like when you see that quality and condition in another, you know, and it's funny too, because I've got one of your ancestors. I love reading for you because every time I read for you, you've got a guide that's an ancestor and they always say the funniest things. Um, like I and the thing that they're literally saying is they're saying, I would rather eat rocks than take a mouthful from you. Which is like, I've never heard that before. I need to write it down because it's such a banger. Like, it's such a banger. Um, like it's such a like it's such a banger. Like I literally hear them saying, like, um, no, and what they're actually saying. I mean, it's interesting too because they're actually saying, um, like the what they're I'm actually hearing. I would rather eat rocks than take a spoon from you. Is what I keep on hearing them say. They're saying, I would rather eat rocks than take a spoon from you, which is them basically saying, I would rather eat, like they would rather eat dirt than eat anything that somebody was trying to offer them out of conciliation is what I keep on seeing. Because that's like, that's what you notice, right? Like you'll often see like, and I keep on getting this, um, like energy that does not want to build something wants us to become grateful for spoonfuls of things, right? Which is the modality or the experience by which another person is just like fall, like somebody, like someone falling over themselves, right? Like somebody positively like falling over themselves in the context of another person offering them anything. And that's what I keep on getting. It's funny too, because most of this reading that I'm getting right now is from one of the guides that says like they're saying like what they're actually saying to me is that they can be the meagerness that they expected to put you in um is where they're going to find themselves for all eternity. It's a heavy message coming through. But you have to understand the reason for that is due to the fact, like I keep on getting, it's due to the fact that they themselves, like I keep on seeing, like they like you don't um they've lost, like I feel like it's interesting because I don't know why I keep on hearing they've lost all their friends, right? Like I just keep on getting them, I just keep on hearing them say like they've like I don't know why, but I almost feel like I got this like wave of repulsion. I've got this wave of repulsion coming from someone, and the wave of repulsion that I'm effectively identifying like has to do, I keep on hearing it has to do with a conversation that somebody had with someone, in terms of like I keep on seeing, like I just keep on hearing someone say like, oh, I keep on hearing someone say like, oh, I didn't expect it to be over. And another person saying, what do you mean you didn't expect it to be over? Like I hear somebody saying like, I didn't expect it to be over, I expected it to get easier. And another person looking at them and saying, why would what gave you any idea that that was ever going to be possible after what you, I keep on hearing like after what you did to them, is what I keep on, I literally see someone going, I don't understand what made you think that would be possible after what you did to them. There's something very important there. So I feel like I've got some kind of guide that's just encouraging you to be patient right now. And the thing about it, and again, perfect example, as I started doing this, like all these false promisers came up. Don't I keep wondering. And it's funny too because like the guide's saying lean measures, not extreme measures, right? Lean measures, not extreme measures, which is somebody potentially saying, I don't know if there's something that you're thinking about doing. It's not going to come. It's not going to be necessary, because I actually feel like something is gonna end sooner than you expect it to, right? It's gonna feel impossible, and then once it's done, it'll be done over a minute. And I keep wondering, you can work. You'll be able to work on repair later. But the most important thing I keep on getting about it is, and this is where that guide is coming through, which is I keep on hearing like someone saying that they would rather eat rocks than take a spoonful, because the thing I keep on seeing is I keep on hearing, remember when another person, like, remember if someone is not generous, right? Like I keep on hearing you say, especially like saying like, why are you offering to be generous to me, is what I keep on getting, right? Like like I don't know, I keep on hearing somebody trying to be generous to you that benefits some kind of argument that they're trying to make. So don't let them take some kind of act of generosity as something that they can distort into something other than it is what I keep on seeing. Like, don't, like, I keep on hearing, even if I keep on hearing, even if it's sweet, remember it's coming from a sour place, is what I keep on getting, right? Like, even I keep on hearing, even if it's sweet, remember it's coming from a sour place. And it almost, like, again, it almost feel like, I almost feel like it's somebody like trying to tell you like, hey, can't we just work this out between us, like something like that. And I keep on hearing, don't, like, if it's sweet, remember it's coming from a sour space. So I keep on hearing, don't be lenient. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And if you we're also friends, we're at 33.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Yeah, hold on a moment. It was the otter, son. Yeah, it's right here, which felt very apropos to the reading. I needed that. I'm trying so hard to keep it together. I know I'm strong, but you've got this. I keep on hearing your guide saying just a little longer. Yeah, he banged hard on that. Absolutely not. Yeah, it's gross. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah, I'd absolutely agree to eating rocks. And as a hygienicist, that's saying a lot. Yep. I won't take a single offering, period. You would run with it. Exactly. No, this is your guide. I love that for them. Good. He needs to hit rock bottom. Not my problem anymore. Yeah. Total delusion. I accept that. We'll light a candle. Yeah, absolutely. Sending you so much support, dear. It feels like I keep like it's interesting too because it does almost feel like somebody trying to talk to you on their behalf, and I just keep on seeing you saying to them like, now I can't. You know what I mean? Like I literally see a situation of you kind of articulating to another and saying you don't understand the full extent of something. You're so welcome, Nicole. Absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Kath. Kath, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if while we wait for Kath's question, guys, just a reminder, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. If you would like a reading, you will be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. One moment, please. Perfect. And Breezy, thank you for the follow. All right, before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the air dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. It's okay, Kath. Take the time. It's your question. Do you want me to read on that or are you changing the question? Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. Oh, I got you, dear. One moment, please. Hmm. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. Yeah, can I have 4 cards, please? And one more, please. So it's interesting. I feel like there's something I'm identifying. Um, I keep on getting that they're a fast flyer is what I keep on seeing, which is like they understand the quality and condition that requires one to like move from one thing to another very quickly. Um, and I like the thing about it that I'm seeing here is um, I feel like there's something very important about working into the context of being able to um, it's interesting because I don't know why it's like I know you feel like they helped you, but I see a situation by which they feel that you helped them is what I keep on seeing. I'm not sure why I don't know why I'm sensing that there's something about that. And the reason I'm seeing it is because I don't know if this is someone who was recovering from a difficult relationship in some way, but seeing how easy I just keep on hearing something about like seeing how easy it is or was to work with you to some extent, right? The adaptability I identify that they see that you bring to something. Um, I don't know why I keep on hearing the word. Um, I don't know why I keep on hearing the word like professional, right? Because I like I just keep on hearing the word professional because professional is I'm with like some kind of sound of relief on it, right? Because professional energy, right? Like professional energy doesn't get up in their feeling like it's I keep on it's like this is like it's interesting because I'm reading this, but they're like they don't get into their feelings about something. It's somebody who just does something as well as they can and then proceeds onward is what I'm getting. So I feel like I don't know why. I feel like you might be overthinking something here. You know? I feel like there's something about this about I don't know why I can see like here's the thing about it. Like I feel I don't know why I keep on hearing something about you overthinking something, but I feel like I see you. Um like I see you in your head because um you know, it's like it almost says to me that like there's something that like I feel like that it's you looking at something and having all of these notes, right? Like I almost see you looking at something and being like, oh well, this didn't go well, that didn't go well. But I see another person, like I just see another person that doesn't like I want to put it like this way, like it does they don't see you as the source of some kind of problem. They saw you as doing everything you could to try to create solutions for others to a certain extent. You know what I mean? Like I almost feel like I see like if anything, I almost feel like I see a situation where someone's um like they're holding some kind of feeling of empathy for you because I don't know why the something about them meeting you or working with you that eradicated their own misconceptions is everything I'm identifying there. Like I just keep on seeing a situation wherein they themselves, like they're identifying and working through something, but like I almost feel like there's an eagerness there. Animal, like bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, like the thing about it, the thing I'm seeing particularly with that Fool energy, um the thing I keep on seeing with that Fool energy is I keep on hearing that we can only do the best we can with the tools at our disposal, right? I just keep on hearing we can only do the best we can with the tools at our disposal, which is the observation and the understanding that when we're working towards things, there's always, I keep on hearing there's always some kind of adaptability point. There's always something that can be done a little bit better. And I feel like if anything, what I'm observing there is somebody who feels like a situation was innumerably better with you in it, is what I keep on hearing. I just keep on hearing somebody say a dire situation that was made invaluably better with you in it, which is the space by which I almost see somebody who feels like they saw a situation by which you were effectively acting as some kind of connection point. And I keep on seeing, like, I know, I don't know why, like, you know, I don't know, I feel like there's a little kind, there's some kind of energy here in terms of like another person. But I just keep on getting, I almost feel like I see somebody that's like taking some time for themselves right now in terms of making plans or trying to like I almost feel like I see someone trying to think about another way that they can work with you in some capacity. You know what I mean? Like it's interesting here because I feel like I've got some kind of brainstorming energy around something here. Like there's an idea. Like I feel like I keep on getting like there's some kind of idea here that's energetically percolating. And so I feel like um it's interesting because like whatever that idea is that I'm seeing is percolating, like it almost it's like it feels like somebody who's almost like looking for a reason to see you again because they don't feel like they're done talking to you about something that you started discussing, is all I keep on seeing. Like I keep on hearing like I really want to finish. I hear somebody saying like I really want to finish that conversation. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. But they're indisposed. Like that's the thing about it. Like I see somebody right now, you know, like they're working on something quickly. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in, and my paid members, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Mike. How you doing today? Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oop, what'd I do? Excellent. And just reading over. Breezy, thank you for that follow. Yeah, this specific one. Yeah, he said last time he realized he can trust you with his issues. No, but that's what I mean. Like, I feel like in a way, like it's good to have a friend. Yeah. Maybe I'm overthinking because you got offended last time you talked and said that you don't need help. Oh. But like the thing I keep on seeing about it is like I feel like I see somebody. I The thing I keep on seeing is that's why somebody wants to help you, right? Like it's the quality by which I see that it's not necessarily a state by which you're always asking. But it's like I almost see somebody that recognizes that when you ask, it's not because you want to. It's because like I keep on seeing somebody who like understands that you don't do something or ask for something unless, right? Like I see somebody who understands the difference between perpetually asking versus someone who doesn't want to put another person out, you know? Mm-hmm. I hope, yeah. I feel like he's eager to help, but I'm the one who doesn't. No, but that's exactly what I was reading on, you know? Like I don't necessarily see a situation where someone feels like it feels like somebody who would be eager to have time to spend with you, you know? Yeah. But I need to point this out too. I'm also recognize it feels like someone who's respecting your boundaries on a situation, you know? If you articulated to them that you're good, I don't really feel like they're the type of energy who's going to continue to push in that way, specifically because, right? Like, and it's interesting too because it's reminding me a lot of that other, like it's reminding me a lot of that other thing we were reading for, right? The opposite, like the opposite between someone who is not respecting your boundaries, where you repeat it over and over and they just continue unabated, versus someone who like hears you the first time. Oh, I do my best, Unique. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Hi there, Per. A symbol decoding reading is working through some kind of sign or symbol that that you're receiving that you might need a little bit of clarity in terms of understanding the relevance or significance of it. So it can be something that's in the tangible space, it can be something that's in the dream space, it can be something that you see that's energetically repeating so that we can, and because sometimes when we feel like we're getting signs or symbols, they can feel a little mystifying. So a reading of that nature is to try to demystify, as it were, what we're receiving to understand what it could be indicating. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yes, he's respective. Like, yeah, you see, like I told you got like a little bit of a Goldilocks effect occurring there, you know? Like one person, like I've got one energy that like is not respective and the other that's respective to a fault. Yeah. And Flame Wake, thank you for the follow. Always appreciated. Hi there, welcome. Great time to be here. So the list is now open. If there's anyone who would like to get on the list or anyone on the hold list who would like to have a reading, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers and for my paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. Please remember that there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, past life, dream interpretation, mediumship, animal spirit guide, Akashic, past life, aura, angelic, love and relationship, guide messages, life path, and symbol decoding, as well as aura. Oh, no problem, Flame. You can hang out as long as you desire. We are going to get started though on one card readings for super fans and those who are paid members. So if you are now a super fan or a paid member, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. Welcome to those who are joining us on the place where we keep the videos. Your paid membership also entitles you to a free one card. Hi there, Kim. How you doing today? Thank you for the compliment, Ruth. And thank you as well, Pete. How you doing today, JK? Subscribe says it should be available if you you have to go to Superfan, son. So subscription has been replaced by Superfan status. I have to be honest. I'm not a big fan of calling. I'm not a big fan of calling you guys super fans. I prefer subscribers, but yep, just bear with me a moment. And just bear with me. And just a reminder to those who are joining us, if you would like, hold on, just putting the offer here. One second. Hold on. Perfect. All right, where were we? One card for Avatar, highest priority, please. And Avatar, you got 2 cards coming to you. My deck go. Thank you. What do we have here? Oop, there they are. You know, I feel like it's a message coming from a divine counterpart that's articulating some kind of understanding of everything that you've gone through and not wanting to make things harder for you, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like they're articulating that you'll like this is they're saying to me they're fully grown, which is not the space by which they're not looking for someone to help them. Like it's saying to me, like it's feeling like you've had to deal with, I feel like you've had to deal with a lot of unhealed child energy, you know. And the thing about it is often those who bring unhealed child energy into relationship, they want to replicate the experience of living with a traumatizing parent, is what I'm getting. Animal spirit guide, yeah, they're not like they're saying to me like that weirdness is beyond you, is behind you. They're not they actually feel like I see them like they work very hard on building healthy and restorative connections, is all I keep on seeing. You know, like it feels to me like they want to help you. They want to help you. They don't want to be like, they're not looking for someone to take care of them. They know what responsibility means. Mm-hmm. One card on love and relationship for Ro, please. It's transverse, and it's coming through as the 7 of Pentacles, and it's transverse. So this is saying to me, um, don't rush anything right now in the space of relationship, right? But also make sure that there's conversations in terms of the direction a relationship's going. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, we can talk about what our relationship ideals are without promising them to one another, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, 2 cards coming through for the animal spirit. which says conversation is the best protection to a good relationship, right? Somebody who wants the same thing as you is going to be eager to talk about what it is that they're trying to build with another. Bridget, one card, highest priority, please. We've got the Hermit card in its reversal. So it says, make sure that you're taking the time you need for yourself every day. This is talking to me about the value of nourishing rituals, right? It shouldn't be the last thing you do. It should be the first thing. Yeah, especially with this 8 of Wands. You don't, once you can, okay, so there's something very specific about recognizing energetic signatures. Once you connect to something or someone, you can always reconnect to them, right? Yeah, it doesn't require you to have to be there in order to energetically connect to them. So I almost feel like this is you doing some kind of energy work in getting better at um seeking energetic connections even if you're not in proximity to them, is what I keep on getting. No problem, Avatar. I know I'm not a super fan of super fan. It feels weird. I do Akashic readings here, Flame Wake. I'm doing well, Nina. How are you doing today? Kath, highest priority card, please. The 6 of Wands in its reversal. So I feel like I see you. Here's the thing about, I keep remember, this is getting back to that Goldilocks thing I was talking about, understanding what feels like healthy boundaries, which is not, I keep on hearing, not the space by which another person is respecting, it says to me, the space by which um like the space by which um you're able to, I keep on hearing, I don't know, I keep on hearing, so you say to somebody, we could just hang out. I don't know why I'm saying that. I almost hear you saying something, we could just hang out. We don't need to find a reason to spend time together. What's up with that? Yeah, it feels like you have to understand, somebody, I need to point out, somebody who misses you, but doesn't want to express the fact that they miss seeing you, will be like, do you need help with that? Because they're trying to communicate to you the fact that they're looking for a reason to spend time with you, is what I keep on seeing, right? And that's where that's where this, I don't need help, is coming from. It's like them saying, it's not about the fact that you need help. I see the energy being I would like it always feels like somebody saying, I don't know how else to communicate the fact that I just genuinely enjoy spending time with you, as I, you know what I mean? It feels like somebody who might be have a hard time um like communicating their deeper feelings about something. Oh, yeah. Oh, come on. One moment. One card regarding connection for Chrissy. I mean, I feel like there's something about you building connection at this time, but bottom of the deck, yeah, the thing I keep on getting with connection is forward, not backward, right? Identifying and recognizing the connections that feel like they're energetically supportive. I keep on hearing, not somebody who's I keep you can't build something anew with someone who doesn't know how to let go of an argument. You know, you can't build something new with someone that's always harboring. right? Or someone who's always moving, who won't let go of something that energetically occurred, is what I keep on seeing. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Avatar. I'm over my traumas. I'm just trying to live my life the best I can. That's beautiful, Nina. Sending you so much support on that journey. One card general, please, for Tiff. Healthy energy loves to see you navigating your standards. You're having standards, and I keep on the thing that with standards are beautiful so long as they're within reason, right? I don't like is not a standard, is what I keep on hearing. I feel like it's almost a conversation you have to have with another person in terms of saying, um, I don't like is not a standard. That when we actually have a standard, we can articulate the reasons why, not just standards are not inclinations. So it's not, it's like, and because you have to understand when another person tries to identify, I don't like, that could be trauma in disguise. So our ability to be able to articulate and amplify the reason that something bothers us helps us determine the health of a standard. So it's nothing, there's nothing wrong, right? There's nothing wrong with asking someone when they hold a standard, can you explain that standard? Because if they can't explain the standard, then that's an unreasonable standard to hold. Yep, you're so welcome, Ro. Not rushing into anything, tap to claim, trying to enjoy life. Beautifully stated, Nina. You're so welcome, Bridget. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Kath. 111, tap to claim, Chrissy. Oh, and we got to 50K. Excellent. Thank you guys. Protecting peace and happiness, not trying to hurt anyone. That's beautiful, Nina. Excellent. And you're so welcome, Tiff. All right, my friends, we've got to our 50K giveaway, so we are going to be gifting a reading back to the collective. But if you would like to get on the list for today, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. Before we continue, though, one card for Ava on your clairs, please. I feel like I see you. This is an interesting, like, it feels very much like there's some kind of tangibility issue around something. I keep on hearing, like, imagine touching something in another room in terms of like identifying, or like it feels very much like sensation based. Bottom of the deck, King of Wands and its reversal. Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like this is work that you're coming into better because you're getting a better sense of what it feels like, what you feel like, your energy versus the energy of others. So it's saying to me that there's something I'm seeing or identifying there about like not doing it towards people, like not doing it towards people, but doing it towards objects is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit, the fox energy. So, like I said, I feel like this is you getting more comfortable in terms of doing something. And I keep on hearing repetition is how we get comfortable with things. So don't get frustrated if the first few times you try to do something it doesn't work. Just like make yourself available and try it every day. Or I keep on hearing like set a timer if you have a hard time, if you feel like you lose a sense of time in terms of like what it is that you're trying to do, is what I keep on seeing. Um, there's something about that as well, like potentially having someone help you with that. Like it's interesting because it says to me there might be something to be like, I often get this with mentorships, working with someone to help validate something that you're trying to do. Or like somebody being able to affirm, someone being able to affirm something that you're getting an impression upon is what I keep on seeing. Thank you, dear. Thank you for the follow, Coffee. Nina, I've been trying to concentrate on my health and peace of mind right now. Understood. I'm very proud of Mike Gray, Angelo. What are you proud of? And Stella, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. Does it make you proud to come into a space and give an unrequested opinion on something? Is that something that you do to those in your own experience? What are you looking for here? And has anything you've stated helped you find it? Because it seems to me all you're trying to do is build into attention. But it's okay. Again, I hope that you're able to find what that insecurity is seeking. And I've got a simple rule here, which is you can stay as long as you're energetically courteous to those that are here. And that includes myself as well. So that also includes the fact that making statements on the way others appear is effectively objectifying them. So all you've done in what you've stated is the fact that you have the quality and opinion of choosing to objectify others around you instead of being able to respect the space by which they exist. And I'm saying this to you because if you do this in your daily life, it's probably going to be to the detriment of the relationships that you're trying to create. Nobody likes to be objectified, and the space by which you make an opinion about the way another person appears that was not asked for or requested is the space by which you're effectively broadcasting to them that you believe that others should exist primarily and specifically only for the purposes of your own pleasure. And that's a very, very sad way to look. And I'm articulating this to you to try to help you. Because the nice thing about this is that you're utilizing the shape of autonomy in articulating something that you thought that would probably make me feel self-conscious. I'm very aware of how I look. I love the way that I look because I love myself. And I'm sorry that if you're carrying some kind of feeling that makes you feel that you need to feel inclined to let others know that you do not find what you see in them appealing. But I'm here to deliver the message to you that people do not exist for your pleasure. I hope you have a beautiful day. Absolutely. And thank you, Stella, for the hi there, Stella. Thank you for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for today. And yep, the list is open. Sending you support, Nina. And Coffee Girl, thank you for the follow. I believe the message that Yeshua was trying to deliver, JL, is that we have the power to heal ourselves. Yes. Yeah, no problem, Stella. Take your time. So, Nina, we just want to be conscientious. I keep a rule here that we make sure if you go to our code of conduct, we try to avoid talking about the ubiquitous they. So make sure that when you're making statements, because here's the thing about it, no one else in this space knows who the they is that you're speaking to. And often when we talk towards the ubiquitous they, without being able to direct the opinion in terms of who that is, it could be an example of projecting. So let's just be mindful not to be invoking the ubiquitous they in statements that you're making, in the chat space. And that's how we're able to support each other, being able to facilitate thoughtful and logical conversation. Thank you and appreciate it. Absolutely. Yes, we got to do the 50K. Thank you for reminding me, Kath. And Hayes, thank you for the follow. Yes, love is literally the answer, Ro. I mean, it's not the fact that they won't affect you, but I think it's more the space by which you see the loathing, right? When you care about yourself and another person says something to damage the self, then you see the loathing that often exists in another that would bring them to have to say something like that in the first place. You know, I do my best, Nina. Thank you, Unique. I appreciate that. Yep. Oh, thank you, Hayes. I appreciate that as well. And guys, please remember, be conscientious of the false promisers that come in here promising things. Just be safe out there. I just blocked that person. Excellent. All right. So we are now at our 50K giveaway. Thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. I'm going to be gifting a reading back to the collective. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 35. First person I see the post number will get the free reading that will then be available tomorrow. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in different orders and you guys post them. Mm-mm. Oh, Avatar, congratulations. We will do that again when we get to 100K. So make sure that keep on tapping that screen if you're joining us on the clock app, and we'll get to 100K in no time. In the meantime, if you would like to get on the list for a full reading, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. It was 8. Hi there, Ash. Good to see you. Been a minute. Absolutely. Okay, it's a great time to hop on the list right now, Ash. You'll be second person read for. I know. I love that game. I love it too. Excellent. All right. Stella is the next person that we're reading for. And while we wait for Stella's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the crane. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm just going to pop over and see if Stella's information came through yet. And just a reminder, friends, if you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Ah. Mm-hmm. I got it. And thank you for getting on the list as well, Ash. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. Okay, I'm going to pin up Stella here. We're trying to get insight on something. Flame Wake, all of my readings for those who are not super fans are 29. Okay. And I'm going to pin up Stella here. Guys, make sure to give Stella some love. Due to the sensitive nature of this reading, I will be keeping it private. We're trying to get insight on a situation or circumstance. I mean, I see a situation by which I see someone was being as fully honest as they could around something, which is the observation, like somebody who was trying to articulate to you that you were probably going in the right direction, but that you wouldn't find anything at their house is what I keep on seeing, right? Like somebody who is giving you a vote of confidence and support in relationality to something that you are articulating was true, but also broadcasting to you the fact that they could not help you, right? It was very interesting the way that they phrased that. It was very interesting the way that they phrased that. And I keep on hearing the phrasing of it was trying to send you an encoded message, right? What was the encoded message that they were trying to say to you? Okay. You asked somebody, you told somebody that something had happened. Okay. You told them that something that happened that was distressing, and you were looking for others that potentially shared the experience. And they articulated to you and they stated to you that the individual in question refused to talk about it, right? And the thing about it is, our shadow, we talk about this here, our avoidance paints circles around things, right? Our avoidance, we were just talking about this in the reading that we did yesterday. Our avoidance of things often paint circles. So the modality by which another person said, the individual I know refuses to talk about it, what they were basically articulating and broadcasting to you is saying you're on the right track, but you can't find any help here, right? It was someone who was simultaneously saying to you, right? They were giving you the vote of confidence to say, oh no, clearly there's something wrong there, because if there was something right, somebody would be eager to talk about something, but they're not. So, but the modality by which they said, I can't help you, right? Like they were basically trying to communicate to you the fact that they were like basically like they're shaking their head yes and saying, I can't help you, because they're basically saying to you that they themselves worry and wonder if something concerning was happening there because an individual refuses, right? We only refuse to talk about things when we've experienced a great deal of trauma around them. It's unusual, right? It's unusual for someone to be tight lipped about something. It's unusual for someone to refuse to talk about something. So, the context by which another person said to you, you said to them, you have to read through the conversation. You said to them, something abominable happened to me. And another person said, well, the person I know refuses to talk about something, which is them basically saying that was them saying probably happened to them too. But they're also recognizing, and this is the thing you have to understand, to have someone, right? You cannot force someone to talk about the trauma that they experienced, because then you are the source of the trauma. The only thing more traumatizing, okay? The only thing more traumatizing than having to have gone through trauma is another person trying to force you to talk about the trauma and articulating that it will be healing to do so. That would be the space of by which another person is being re-traumatized, right? It's not, it's just a sad truth about trauma. So that modality, and that's why you probably noticed a tendency that if you tried to push beyond another person articulating to you that another person was not inclined to communicate about it, that the other person potentially got upset because they were respecting, right? They were energetically respecting that individual's right to heal from the trauma the way that they themselves have chosen to heal from it. And that's not to say, right? That's not to say that the day might not come that that person may change their opinion on it, right? This is often that this is what we articulate upon the right of survivors. The right of survivors is the space by which they can articulate, the space by which they feel energetically ready to heal through it through talking, versus a space by which they feel that they need to effectively heal quietly. So the space by which you potentially noticed, right, a different vibration in terms of the first time someone you asked someone something and they tried to broadcast to you the fact that they were probably trying to help you in terms of articulating to you the fact that you were energetically on the right track in relationality to something that you were concerned about, but they couldn't help you any further. And the space by which you effectively when you persisted, then you were effectively challenging their boundaries, right? The modality by which they articulated and they said, this is what I'm comfortable saying, and this is what we cannot express. The modality by which you persisted was the space by which you were potentially starting to enter the space by which you would potentially re traumatize someone, which is why you saw someone who potentially probably got very fierce in the context of feeling that they were protecting another person's choice in relationality to how they were choosing to heal through something. Now that doesn't put a qualifier as to how they choose to do so, but the fact that they recognize, and you have to understand the fact that you were talking to someone about another individual, that was them doing their best to protect that individual's healing journey. Bottom of the deck on this reading, I need to stress this, and this is the great misconception as it relates to trauma. There's a misconception as it relates to trauma where others say it's good to talk about things. That's not true. Not everything is good to, it is good to talk about things when we are ready to speak on them. It is good to talk about things when we are ready to speak on them, which is the understanding that when one is on a healing journey and one feels confident and important, that one is ready to energetically share something, then the consent, right? You have to understand trauma occurs in a space by which consent is violated, and you can violate another person's consent and create more trauma when you say to them, you have to talk about it or it's not healthy. Because in the modality by which you tell them, you're forcing them, right? There you are. There you go. There's somebody who's doing their best to heal through something. And there's another person forcing them to talk about it. And all they're doing is getting re traumatized in the space of another person, trying to amplify the fact that it's good for their healing journey, when all they're receiving is the feeling of being violated all over again in the context by which another person is not navigating the consent in terms of how another person would prefer to navigate it. So that's why we see that in that context, that ability of understanding and recognizing it, it's working through, right? It's working through what would be good for that person, right? What they themselves need in terms of working through, like what basically that person was articulating to you was the fact that that individual was on a healing journey, right? They basically, you said to them, I've been hurt. And that person basically said to you, I know someone who's on a healing journey right now because they refuse to talk about something. So the modality by which you said, well, I want to talk to them. And they basically said to you again, I know someone who is on a healing journey, and I can see that they're on a healing journey because they refuse to talk about something because that's how they're choosing to heal through it. So the modality by which another person was potentially feeling like they were doing everything they could to try to potentially help you by articulating to you the fact that there's something about that rings true, right? Because you would not want to talk about something if everything was copacetic, but also being respective of the fact that they did not want to go through the process of potentially re-traumatizing someone again by forcing them to articulate upon something that they said that they would prefer not to talk about. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Okay. And thank you for that capybara avatar. I appreciate you. And this is why the second time wasn't. Yeah. Thank you as well, Nana. Thank you as well. And thank you, Zulu, for reposting. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Michael. Yeah, you're right. I was at the same place. Nobody could make me talk but myself. So you see, even the identification point of understanding you have to be ready, right? Like you can always say to somebody if they're ever ready to talk, you'll be ready to receive it, but you can't necessarily force it from them. No, I understand. I understand like the nature by which you were potentially articulating, but that's why I see somebody being very protective about it. What is it you say to them that you are there for them to help eliminate? You can't, here's the thing about it, right? Flame Wake, it's not about eliminating the avoidance. It's understanding. And I will point out the best way you can usually tell if someone's working through something is the difference between someone saying, if someone's avoiding, they'll say, I won't talk about it. If somebody's healing through it, they're going to say, I'm not ready to talk about it yet. Right? Like avoidance is saying, I won't talk about it. Healing is saying, this is not the time or the space by which I feel ready to communicate it. So usually you can tell the difference between someone actively healing through versus avoidant as to the difference between won't versus not yet. And the best you can do when someone says not yet, you can say, if you're ever inclined to, you know where to find me, you know? Absolutely. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Ash. Ash, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the 3rd person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Absolutely. I got you, dear. Absolutely. We're doing a life path reading for exactly being supportive and respectful. Tap to claim, Flame. All right, Ash, before we get started on Ash's life path, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hair. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up Ash here. Guys, make sure to give Ash some love. And one more. Thank you. I feel like you have to be really protective. I feel like you have to be really protective of someone. Um, that like somebody who like effectively tries to um negate another person's capacity to do anything is what I keep on getting. Um, it feels like, and it's very convenient, right? Like it's very convenient when an individual tries to effectively put doubt in another person in relationality to their capability. Because often, you have to notice, often the sound of another person putting doubt in another person's capability is really somebody who's trying to make life easier for themselves, right? Rather than like you have to understand that rather than saying to someone, I don't want to do something, right? It's a lot better to say, are you sure you want to do it? Is what I get. And that's the thing about it. I keep on getting this message: lazy energy loves spreading seeds of doubt. Lazy energy. And you see, like, even perfect, even as I was like trying to communicate on it, um like even as I was trying to communicate on it, my throat chakra like just clamped up, right? So I'm giving you a book because that's important. Okay, so now you got your book, and we're just going to write that down again. Lazy energy loves loves sowing seeds of doubt, right? And here's the thing about it's literally because it allows them to amplify the lazy. And I don't like using the word lazy, which is interesting, which says to me it's coming from one of your guides. It's coming from one of your ancestral guides, right? Better, like better to take someone's interest out of something than for another person to have to do for another person to have to like someone being like, I don't like they don't want to say they don't want to help, right? They don't want to say that they don't want to help. So they're just like, I just keep on seeing, right? They're like, are you sure you want to do that? Are you sure you're capable of do? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Like all I keep on getting on this is like, and I gotta describe it. You like your guides say you can take that lazy energy and you can call it out, right? Like that's why they're giving me this message. Lazy energy loves to sow seeds of doubt, which is the energy that says, "Oh, you're completely capable. I just don't have the I don't have the effort. I don't feel inclined to try to show you. I don't feel inclined to try to work with you." Right? So instead of doing that, I'm just going to try to do something easier by making you feel that and that's what lazy energy does. Lazy energy constantly says, "Are you sure you want to be here?" Right? Are you sure you want to be here? Are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure this is for you? You can tell that lazy energy to shove it. Like honestly, that's what the message is. I know it feels like very brusque, but that's what I keep on telling, like, getting you can tell the lazy, like, and it's funny too because it's coming from a guide. Tell the lazy energy where to shove it, you know? Like just tell the lazy energy where to shove it. Be like, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I can't hear the doubt you're trying to seed over all of the laziness, right? Over all of the laziness that is exhausted in thinking about what would happen if you succeeded. you know, right? That's literally what you have to say to someone. I can't hear you, right? I can't hear you over all, like, I can't hear you over all of these V's. I can't hear you over all of these successes I'm having, right? I can't, like, I feel like that's what you have to say to them in the context of that, right? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying about doubt because of all these successes that clearly show the fact that you're trying to sow doubt. So I really, I think that's really, I don't know, like, it feels, and here's the thing about it, it's going to get louder the closer you get to success. It's going to get louder the closer you get to success. Don't don't let It's interesting, right? It's really weird. It's really weird. I don't know why I'm getting, it's really weird that there was energy. Wait, what am I reading here? It's really interesting that there was energy that was literally championing you, right? It's very bizarre that there's energy that tries to articulate the fact that they want you to succeed, right? Energy that claimed that they wanted you to succeed in something, only at the last minute to try to cast a lot of doubt into something. It's interesting, isn't it? It's really weird. It feels it feels a little forced, doesn't it? It feels a little forced. It feels a little forced. And it's interesting because it feels like a guide that keeps on identifying it. Huh. You know what? If you, I feel like you've got a bunch of energy around you that is not, that is more inclined to do what others say as opposed to identifying what is best for you. And I think that one of the things you have to recognize that with that, when you see energy like that, it's better to see it. It's better to see it. It's better to know it because I keep on seeing, now you see, right? It's like, it almost feels like somebody they've shown you their own duplicity, right? And all I keep on getting in that is, like, when somebody shows you the fact that they can be duplicitous, the only thing you need to say to them silently and reverently is thank you. When another person, when another person has shown you that they can be duplicitous, I keep on hearing, even in that protection, especially, right? Especially in that protection. Because, and the thing about it, and I think that you know this, like, you can't get anywhere. You can't get anywhere with someone who's duplicitous. You can't get anywhere with someone who's duplicitous because that is saying to me that they have no integrity, right? Because if they're being duplicitous to you, who else are they being duplicitous to? That means you have to take everything they've ever said to you with a grain of salt. And there's something important to recognize if you realize that everything that another person has said to you that you have to take with a grain of salt, because then it can help you get to the bottom of what their true intentions are. Right? There it is. You can take it with a grain of salt. Take it with a grain of the salt to get to the bottom of it. Right? Just take it with a grain of salt and let the grain of salt purify the entire situation, because now now you don't have to listen to someone. Now you have to read into what their actual motivations are. is what I keep on seeing. And it does feel to me like there's something about you having to navigate something profoundly imbalanced. Something profoundly imbalanced. Excellent. And again, I'm very like I'm frustrated reading into this energy around you, but I just keep on seeing like don't like I keep on getting don't let it get the best of you. I would almost articulate, I feel like in a way, especially if it feels weird, you're going in the right direction. Keep going. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also going to be doing a giveaway when we get to 100K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Rick, thank you for the follow. Yes, everyone in my life is doing this to me right now. I'm sending you so much support on that, Ash. And here's the thing about if they're letting if again if you're seeing their duplicity, I keep on hearing if you're seeing their duplicity, even in this a blessing, even in this a blessing, because healthy energy is not going to be duplicitous with you. It's going to be consistent. You know, it feels to me like the difference, like if this is you getting serious about something, and the difference between another person, I feel like it's the difference between you having to say to another person, you were fine with it when it was a hobby. Like, and I'm sorry I'm getting so heated about it, but it feels like there's a guide around you going, it's very interesting when another person goes, it was fine when it was a hobby, right? It was fine when they thought, it was fine when they thought that you were just pursuing an inclination rather than moving with investment towards something that you know is energetically good for you. If that's happening and you know it's good for you, keep going. Yeah, I totally am getting that sense that, yeah, that's a beautiful way of describing that. You feel like the mother hen baking bread and nobody wants to help until it's done, right? And then they're like, oh, I stirred, being like, you didn't do anything. Like what? Right? Oh, you mean you were complaining the whole time you were hungry? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does feel forced. And thank you for reposting, Pisces. You're so welcome, Ash. Thank you again. And again, I've got a book for you now, so next time you come, we'll refer back to it. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is April. April, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We read for here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, angelic, dream interpretation. Hold on a minute. Love and relationship, aura. Just give me a second. Oh, thank you. All right, where were we? We read for here Life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, and aura. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channels in the appropriate channels. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome, Sarah, Carrie, and Mike, and Dan Taylor. Good to see you as well. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. All right. And I do need, I've actually, I'm in the process of putting them somewhere, so it's a little bit easier to access them. Okay, so we're going to be clear. So just for some clarity and relationality to how we navigate guide readings here, Flame. So it's not my responsibility. It's not my responsibility to introduce individuals to their guides. And in fact, the way that it often works with guides is guides would far prefer a time by which they can introduce themselves to you personally, because it's a deeply personal experience to be able to find our guides. What I can do in relationality to doing a guide reading is give you the shape of the energy I see around you in terms of understanding the qualities and characteristics that I'm picking up on and the energetic impressions that I'm seeing related to those guides, so that when the time comes that either in the space by which you've already been introduced to them, the space by which you can utilize that as confirmation to what you already have, those you already recognize are your guides, versus those that are coming towards you or making or getting ready to make themselves known to you. Okay, perfect. I wanted to build clarity in that. Perfect. And before we continue right now, we will warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. All right. And can I get... Mhm. Mm. So I've got a guide that's around you, um, that feels like the guide that I'm seeing. I mean, I'm familiar with this guide. And the thing I'm seeing in relationality to this, I mean, so I've got 2 ancestrals and 1 main guide around you. And the particular guide that I'm seeing, it, I like to point out, um, it's not an easy view, but it's one worth seeing. is what I keep on getting. Because they are not someone that deals, they're not someone that deals in pretty landscapes, is what I keep on getting. And a lot of that work that I'm potentially seeing there is there's something. I would not be surprised if you've often had to navigate situations by which you felt isolated in the ability of seeing exactly what was going on, even beyond the energy around you's own ability to see something happening, is what I keep on getting. Because and you know what I taught, and there's nothing, it's really like, and the thing about it is I can see you, like I can see you looking at a situation, but having, and I keep on getting your guide like turns your head, is what I keep on getting. It's like your guide, like you're looking at something that's happening, and I can see your guide turning your head and just you looking directly at the source of it. Like directly. Like everybody's over here and there you are looking at the source of it. Because and I feel like this is the thing about it. This guide, this guide is not interested in distractions. This guide is not interested in distractions. And this guide is very good at being able to tell the difference. I keep on hearing this guide is allows the ability to tell the difference between, I keep on seeing an actual situation versus a distraction, right? Like versus something that needs to be addressed versus another person trying to create an energetic distraction to avoid what they don't want you to look at, is what I keep on seeing. And I think it's interesting too, because um, the best way I can see this is, I mean, they're very good at seeing cross dimensionally. And the hard part about that too is like, um, how do I explain this? I literally almost see you. I literally almost see you saying to someone, "Wow, that must have taken you a really long time." Right? Like I literally see you saying to somebody, like, "That must have taken you a really long time. You put a lot of effort into that, didn't you?" Right? Because and I think that you kind of understand this. Um, Energy that does not have a sense of purpose, like energy that lacks a sense of purpose, will do things just to see if they can. You know what I mean? Energy that lacks a sense of purpose will do things just for the satisfaction, just for the satisfaction of knowing that they can. And the guides articulating that that is the most empty, like that is the most empty experience in existence, because there's no purpose there, right? There's no energetic purpose beyond the space by which, and I want to say there's actually something psychopathic about that. Like that's literally what you could identify to a certain extent as psychopathy, right? The modality of saying like, why did you do something like that? And someone being like, you, like that is what is so energetically unhealthy. And so I think it's really interesting because I see Like I literally see situations by which you moved away, like situations by which you were healed in the moment by which you recognized another person. Like I keep on hearing like the space by which you moved away from someone because they weren't doing things with a sense of right or wrong, but just in the space by which they identified the space, the goodness of something, right? Like there's no goodness, there's no ability of feeling energetic. I would see somebody being like, I'm glad you succeeded, and now this is where I leave you, right? Like the modality by which you recognize that, and in that moment, like there's nothing else left between you. And what's interesting about that is I can almost see like some of this path work has brought you to this guide, because this guide articulates upon the fact, I keep on seeing, um, like this guide specifically is only ruthless when necessary, right? Because that's the thing about it. Ruthless, right? Like ruthless is literally not having, right? The space by which one is ruthless is the space by which one literally has no moral integrity, right? The modality or the experience by which another person does not maintain an inherent sense of right or wrong. And so I literally, and I need to point this out, like, the thing about this guide is it's like the thing with this guide is it's not the fact that this guide can't be ruthless, but like, I feel like this guide only brings their ruthlessness out to the ruthless, right? Like I hear the guide saying, let the ruthless have ruthlessness, because they've articulated that that they like. And it's interesting too, because now you're talking about the tree, right? Like I see the guide saying, if somebody has articulated the desire to climb the ruthless tree, then let them remain in that tree for all of infinity, is what I hear them saying. Like literally, I feel like I like that is the like the energy saying, if that person has decided that they want to climb into the ruthless tree, then let them remain in that ruthless tree for all of infinity, because it's the identification point of understanding that the only energy, right, the only energy, and this is where I see that this energy is a great protector, because this is the energy that articulates and says, right, that the quality, like that, I feel like this guide is actually like showing some ferocity in the fact by which they delight in being ruthless, but only to the ruthless, right? They're like, so if you want to create ruthless, then ruthless I will give you, right? Like it's like it's like that. It's like that. Hold on, I'm just writing this down. Hmm. And it's interesting, and it's interesting too, because I feel like there's a lot of energy around them that I keep on hearing them identify the fact that they don't energetically punish anyone. They just give someone what they've asked for, is what I keep on seeing. So I think it's really interesting, because I see like a lot of this energy like works into the context of protection, but the protection that I see in relationality to them is articulating, like it's giving me a little bit of that, like be careful what you wish for, be careful what you wish for kind of vibe, right? And I feel like, and I wouldn't be surprised if like the reason you probably found them is because when another person tells you something, regardless as to whether you can tell that they're being like whether they're being like, I see you like looking at someone regardless of whether they were being um hyperbolic or not, being like, I'm going to take it, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to take what you said at face value and not try to determine whether I need to read into it or not, right? There's no, and here's the thing about it. There's no hyperbole, right? There's no hyperbole because like when we're speaking hyperbolically, we create imbalanced territory. Bottom of the deck on this read. Yeah, I feel like this is also, I gotta stress this, like when I read into energy like this, I feel like um especially as it relates to I don't think I need to tell you this because it does feel like a little obvious, but I feel like you understand. Like, don't match energy with someone, you know? Like I gotta tell you, when you've got a guide like this, if someone wants to act a fool around you, like then fools like then fool they will then fool they will be, is what I keep on getting, right? Because the observation and the understanding, like I just keep on seeing the observation and the understanding of you potentially, like I almost feel like I see you saying to somebody, right? Like I feel like it's interesting because I almost see situations by which you don't necessarily end a relationship with someone, but say that the relationship's forever changed because it's a quality or condition by which you feel and recognize that you have to act in the space of protector, particularly as it relates to others. That I keep on hearing, particularly as it relates to others that um, that do things more do things more out of a sense of their own confidence. But I keep on hearing confidence must be balanced with temperance, right? Confidence, like confidence must be balanced with temperance. And the reason that we say that confidence must be balanced with temperance is because when if confidence isn't balanced with temperance, then there's confidence going around and everybody around confidence is paying the consequence, right? Hold on a minute. Hold on one moment. Yeah, when confidence is walking around with, I keep wondering, when confidence is walking around without temperance, then everyone around confidence, hold on, is paying the consequence. Excellent. All right. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get, and I wanted to pin that, and I wanted to pin that, I pinned that up to as an example of the false promises. Like that's what I meant in relationality to that as well. Like even in the space by which we were reading, like seeing the energy that comes up, like I keep on hearing like bold making claims and then you having to effectively, like when another person is bold making claims, right? I keep on hearing you don't need to react, you put them on blast, right? It's like if someone's going to come there making accusations on something, I keep on hearing you just turn the volume up, is what I keep on seeing. Like, can you say that again? Right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, or legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How you doing today, Ivana? Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Mm-hmm. It doesn't, I mean, they don't listen, I need to stress, it's not that the guide feels dark, right? It's not that the guide feels dark at all, but they're not afraid of the dark. Is what I keep on saying. It's like it's not the fact that the guide is dark, but they're not afraid of the dark. Is what I keep on saying. Yeah, I've experienced some of that. And light, thank you for the heart me's. Is this energy centered around a person? Well, the energy centered around you is what I see. Because like I was talking towards the guide and they were articulating some of the things you've had to go through. How you doing today, light seeker? Thank you for confirmation. Yeah, when there's a lack of protection. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's not, I want to describe it. It doesn't feel like it's so much about karma so much as it felt about honoring requests is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like I literally see someone being like, "Okay, I'll honor that request." Like here's that guide. Here's that guide just honoring that request, right? And in the space by which they honor the space by which they honor the request, like I almost I feel it's interesting too because they're articulating upon the fact that I keep on getting that the guides articulating about the fact that others see them as retributional, but they're articulating that they do nothing but honor requests, right? They're like they don't do anything, they don't do anything retributional. They just honor requests, particularly when it comes to others who are being ruthless. I keep wondering, they're honoring a request, and if someone was being ruthless about their request, then they're doing their best to honor their ruthlessness. You're so welcome, dear. Hi there. Absolutely. And thank you, Little Easy, for reposting. That guide, I mean, that guide felt more deified, is the best way I can describe it. Hmm. I mean, if you need rest, Adam, get some rest. All right, we're going to continue right now. Hmm. All right, we're going to continue. The next person, well, actually, the list is now open. So if there's anybody else who would like to get on the list, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-LIO, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yeah, that's the fact that they were articulating by the fact that they were stating that they were deified because they were bringing up a conversation related to a tree. And related to a tree is articulating upon a lineage. Mm-hmm. Yep. How you doing today, Yaz? Excellent. And while we wait to see, also if anyone's on the hold list and would like to be added to the list today, it's a great time to get on. It's a great time to be able to get on if you're on the hold list. I just need to know the date that you were first put on hold. Julia, I got you, dear. 1 card, highest and best, please. We've got the Page of Pentacles in its upright. So I feel like I see some kind of circumstance or situation by which you're working to effectively um, um, make sure you're being proportional in the energy that you're bringing towards something. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, proportional, not contortional. Proportional, not contortional, which is like, even if you can tell that someone's in their feelings about something, like not going overboard to heal them if what they're feeling is unreasonable, right? We don't heal unreasonable feelings, which is not the space by which it, like, that's not healthy for our nervous systems, right? Like, I just keep on hearing we don't heal unreasonable feelings in others because that's not healthy for our nervous systems. I'm gonna write that down for you. Hold on a minute. One moment. Mm-hmm. Okay. Excellent. Hi there, Yaz. One card, please, for guidance for Ivana. I feel like I see you going through some kind of transformation process, but bottom of the deck, honoring your transformation process. It feels like an angelic message in terms of another person, like an angelic trying to help you navigate through some kind of change. It feels like a plea, animal spirit, yeah, a plea to be patient, right? Don't don't be don't be don't be hasty. Like, don't be hasty in um don't be hasty in communicating upon something. Um be able to identify and recognize to another if you're noticing a pattern is what I keep on getting. Like, I keep on hearing pitter patter, here's a pattern. Is what I keep on. It's interesting. Hold on a minute. Oh, that's interesting. Hold on. So the reason I'm hearing pitter patter, here's a pattern, is being able to talk to someone when you notice an unhealthy pattern emerging, right? And so the ability to articulate to another the anxiety and feeling that it's easier. I keep on hearing it's easier to note to navigate a new pattern as opposed to one that becomes, like, heavier. So I feel like there's something about you, like, bringing some healing to a small pattern so that it doesn't become a problem. Yeah. Oh, Celestial. I figured that's what you meant. And Lise, thank you for the follow. Hold on a minute. Hi there, dear. Message from the angelic. We got the King of Cups here. So this feels to me like I literally see an angelic that's trying to help carry some emotions on your behalf. Like, I just see somebody sitting there going, "You really shouldn't have to go through that, but I'm here with you as you do." Bottom of the deck, yeah. Like, especially with the Knight of Wands, like, you can't, like somebody who doesn't want to deal with their feelings always tries to project their feelings onto others. And I feel like I see, like, though I keep on hearing the healing that you have to bring to someone if they're doing that is saying, "What would you have me do instead?" Right? And if they can't answer that, then you've uncovered the fact that they're projecting on you. Yeah, especially with this B energy, right? Like not getting angry, getting inquisitive as it relates to another person trying to like articulate their annoyance, just getting to the bottom of it by saying, what would you have me do? And being able to see the difference between, like, I keep on hearing, not somebody, like not someone who's always coming to you in panic mode, but giving you, like helping you feel, like helping them field their feelings to make more empowered choices, especially as it relates to a decision they made. I keep on hearing somebody can't make a decision in your absence and then complain to you about the results of that decision, you know? Like, and you, I feel like that's not you. That's not you. Like, make it make sense is what the guide's saying, right? Like that, like it's like it's giving me like they made like you saying to another person, I would have said this to you if you talked to me about it, but I can't help you because you already made the decision, you know? Yeah, I know, but here it's funny though because the reading I was getting Ivana was about patterns. So the fact that you said cereal was actually really was you also channeling the message I was getting. Interesting. That I feel like there was something about like the energy I was picking up on. Um, I could see the connection point because it's yeah, that's interesting. Hold on, let me just make a note on that. Yeah, I see it. One second. Yeah. Excellent. Yes, one card on what you can expect from this summer. I feel like there's a lot. I feel like this is a summer that's heavy in like quietude and meditation for you. But that feels like a good thing, right? Like maybe not necessarily one that's as active as you're used to, but something that gives you a little time to reset and recharge. Per one card, please, angelic. I see you putting your force of effort to things. Like this is you, like this is you getting stronger in something. And I think it's interesting too because it's funny because I've got this like red light, green light situation between you and an angelic, between like the space by which like this is why you know what I'm going to say here. This is why they tried to stop you in the first place because they knew you would be so good at something. Yeah, they wanted like yeah, they wanted to make sure that you were in a good place, right? Because now I feel like they feel like you're ready to collaborate is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with that water dragon, like I keep on hearing um like when we know what we're looking for, we find the answers to our questions. When we're looking to see what's there, we just find questions everywhere. Is what I keep on. Oh, I got to write that down for you. Mm, got it. Okay. Yeah, it's not your job. Absolutely. I notice I do that. I try to diffuse people. But you're recognizing it, which is why you're actually healing it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for also receiving that message, Nina. You're so welcome, Ivana. Alexandra, highest priority, please. Mhm. I feel like this is you getting more professional about something. You know, bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I keep on hearing like when we start taking ourselves seriously, so do others, is what I keep on getting. Um yeah, particularly with that blank manifestation, you know? Like I keep on hearing the only time it's like the space by which we hold a new standard for ourselves is the sound of us transforming, right? Like new standards pave the way to new transformations. Okay. I audibly sighed at the sight of the moon card. That's amazing, Yaz. You're welcome, Per. You're welcome. Yes, I did a reading for myself about that, and you got a similar message, but I'm tired of this quiet reflection. Well, it says, like, don't think of it as being tired, think of it as being tiered, which is like you don't need to be in the same space. You can go to other places and see if you have the same results. Yeah, I love to hear it. I feel that. I was hoping she might give me an inkling of more fun. I mean, no, it definitely feels like it's fun, but it feels like you getting better and intensifying in a practice. Yeah, like I'm already seeing what I'm capable of leading forward. That's wonderful, Alexandra. Michael, these are one card readings for those who are paid members. Same thing, Lori. So if you would like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw a card for you. And you also, as a paid member, get the benefits where you get a discount on the paid readings, which means instead of 3 cards for 29, you get 4 cards for 23. All right, my friends. Final call right now for anyone who would like a full reading, or for anyone, or for anybody who is a super fan or paid member who has not had a card pulled today. Your 1 card pull. Yes, I see. So more channeled messages in a way, but also moving fun and joy in it. No, I mean, it's interesting. I feel like I see you going to places that are deepening your practice. Yep, absolutely. All right, my friends. Final call right now for anybody else who would like a full reading, or anyone who is a super fan or paid member who has not had their 1 card read today. We will be back on tomorrow at the same time as today. So closer to um, 8:15 a.m. PST, 11:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There is a bell there. Activating the bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow, and you'll be notified as to when I've gone live. If you get on the list today, you will have first priority tomorrow and being read for, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. If you miss the daily collective, I got you, Nikki. 1 card, highest priority. No, I'm back. I'm gonna actually be on tomorrow. Yep. So this is Nikki. It says to me something about you being good, like you working into plans, building into the space of looking forward. Um, yeah, you do better. Like try. I keep on hearing. Try to see. Try to see your day as a schedule that you're working to fill, which I feel like in some way, shape, or form is going to help you accomplish more, particularly as it relates to your manifestation goals right now. Like I keep on hearing smaller windows of time to get more done. No, Bridget, they're not playing tricks. I was originally going to be off yesterday, but now I'm going to be off on Thursday. I want to thank you guys so much. If you became a super fan or a paid member today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our superfan only disco channel, and you can introduce yourself to the collective. You will also find in you'll also find in the disco channel, in the perk section, a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is happening this Friday at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards and the pentacle suit. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my moderator. Thank you, K. Megan. I hope you're getting rest wherever you may be. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.